Well, the tarp is on the field, and tonight's forecast calls for some rain, but it will be hard to dampen expectations for what should be a series packed with pitching, power, and some of the game's brightest stars. It is the New York Yankees taking on the San Diego Padres on a Monday night at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hope you're having a great night. Welcome to the FanDuel Yankees pregame. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry with you. First at 3. They're going to try and get this one in, Jack. We know the game is going to start in a delay on a rainy, dreary night in the Bronx. But in terms of these lineups, blindingly bright talent as we get your Hyundai opening comment.
There will be a lot of stars on the field at Yankee Stadium tonight when this game finally gets underway. But, Bob, I'm going to hone in on that pitching matchup because Carlos Rodon and Nick Pivetta statistically are the two toughest pitchers to hit in their respective leagues. Rodon in the American League, Pivetta in the National League. Tonight, it's time for Rodon to stand and deliver for the Yankees and produce in that matchup. It's exactly what he's done across his last 3 starts, where the ERA is under 1. And of the last 71 batters he has faced, he has struck out 24 of them, done a really nice job of mixing his pitches. The Yankees love seeing this version of Rodon.
All right, let's find out what's happening at the stadium right now. Justin Shackle in for Meredith Morakovitz with the Clubhouse Report, presented by your local Ford stores. Always love to see Justin, not necessarily when it's booth Justin, but we know why, because of the weather. Justin, any update on what's happening with the weather?
Well, Bob, we do know that this game will not start on time. It was around 4 o'clock when Aaron Boone said that he received a mixed outlook on the forecast and the possibility of playing tonight. Yankees and Padres intend on playing tonight, but again, first pitch will be a bit delayed. But when they do take the field, we're going to see Anthony Volpe back in the Yankees lineup. He's back at shortstop. He's hitting 6th. That shoulder injury that happened on Saturday, it kept him out of yesterday's lineup. Aaron Boone said that Volpe told him last night that he can do everything. So Boone said that Volpe is a full go. They feel like they dodged a bullet here with what happened with Anthony's shoulder on defense on Saturday, but they do not expect it to prohibit him in any fashion moving forward. As for another infielder who is on the injured list, that's DJ LeMahieu. He continues his rehab assignment, and Boone said that LeMahieu would be more in play for second base rather than third base when he does make his return. Boone said that they still needed to outline the plan for DJ this week, but I asked him if it was potentially on the table that LeMahieu could rejoin the team when they head out for their trip out west. Boone said it is possible that the Yankees will see. And Jack, I'm with you. You talked about the pitching matchup. Carlos Rodon, Nick Pivetta on the mound here in the series opener. Both pitchers throwing the ball very well. We know what Rodon's been able to do recently. He's allowed just 2 runs over his last 19 innings of work, 3-0 record over his last 3 starts. But Aaron Boone feels that couple of home runs aside, this is the version of Rodon we have been seeing all season long, and it's been a testament to Rodon's hard work and dedication on and off the mound here in the Bronx.
What I say about Carlos all the time is I'm just proud of him. Like, the first year was, he got smacked in the face, right, and fell on his face in a lot of ways, you know, like a couple minor injuries that slowed him, you know, playing catch up, struggled, and he answered it. He didn't run from that at all. And you know, we joke, he chopping wood. I want him to focus on just the work, and he's done that so well. He's developed a really good routine and program. You know, he's been really diligent with strength and conditioning and the pitching group in the off season. You know, as far as how he's training, his throwing program, putting him in position in spring training, and then just, you know, focusing on the routine to be ready to go and go to the post every 5th or 6th day. And I feel like he's really focused well on that, and it served him well. And, you know, it's not easy what he's gone through, and didn't run from it at all. And, so just proud of that fact. And, you know, I think he's evolved as a pitcher, and I think he's better at, you know, controlling his emotions, and because he's a, you know, fiery, intense competitor. And, you know, sometimes I think he's learned to rein that in a little bit, and just, you know, as a starting pitcher, I think it's so important to just kind of continue to focus on the next pitch, the next pitch, the next pitch. And he keeps getting better and better at that.
Well, we move from one active pitcher to one that is on the injured list for the Yankees. It's part of our Morgan & Morgan injury report, and that is the ace. The Yankees' Garrett Cole was in the Yankees clubhouse this afternoon. He spoke with reporters for the first time since undergoing Tommy John surgery in March. And Cole talked about his recovery process. He had his brace removed about 2.5 weeks ago. He said he won't be picking up a baseball until August, and he still believes that 14-month timeline for recovery is still in play for him. So roughly 14 months there for the Yankees ace. He admitted this first month of downtime and kind of being in a brace away from the team, it's been hard on him, but now that the brace is off, the plan is for Cole to be with the team more often. And we go from the Yankees ace to the Yankees top prospect, gentlemen. That's George Lombard Jr. and the Yankees promoted Lombard, the 19-year-old, to Double-A Somerset. So he goes from High-A Hudson Valley to the Patriots in the Double-A Eastern League. That's obviously the big obstacle for any minor leaguer, but you're talking about a 19-year-old in Double-A. It is very rare. I was exchanging text messages with Kevin Reese, the Yankees VP of Player Development, today about the move. He said that this seemed like the perfect challenge for Lombard after the hot start that he had in the regular season for Hudson Valley. Again, he continued to open eyes in spring training for the Yankees, and he did not cool off once the season started. Lombard was hitting .329. He had more walks than strikeouts at High-A. So now comes the next test at Double-A. And Reese said the organization is going to be watching closely how Lombard was going to attack the pitching at this advanced level, how his approach, which they feel is off the charts, will play out early on at this Double-A level. So from one Yankee prospect to a former Yankee prospect. And there's an interesting theme here with the Padres in town. There are a lot of familiar faces in that San Diego Padre clubhouse. You have the likes of Tyler Wade, Wandy Peralta, and Michael King. We know his story. Former Yankee top prospect. He was a sensation in the Yankee bullpen, and near the end of 2023, they put him in the rotation. He excelled as a starter, and he was the centerpiece in the trade for Juan Soto. Since then, Michael King has been off the charts as a big league starting pitcher. So when it comes to King, his potential, his current status within the Padres rotation, and as one of the best pitchers in the game at the moment, what has this success done for his budding confidence, which he was never short of? Well, I talked with King in the Padres clubhouse a little bit earlier today.
Yeah, I guess it's huge. It's like the chicken or the egg. What comes first, success or confidence? I think I always felt like I was healthier as a starting pitcher because you have those 4 days off in between where you can make sure your body recovers. I also, I'm a big scouting report guy, and as a reliever, I have to go over all 12, 13 guys that are on the roster just because I have no idea who I'm going to face. But then you get the 9 on start day. So I think there were a lot of things that I felt like I was really good at that matched up with a starting pitcher's routine. And yeah, so far so good. But obviously a long way to go.
What was it like walking through the stadium and into the visiting clubhouse as a visitor?
I didn't know where to go. Yeah, I had a bunch of guys around me, and they're like, well, you don't wait for the home clubhouse, you got to wait for the visitor clubhouse. So, I mean, it's really cool. Obviously, it's a historic place and franchise, and I have yet to face them, but it'll be very fun tomorrow.
How do you think this series is going to feel? Like any other start, or is there something? Is there going to be something extra that's burning inside you?
I'd lie to you if I said I didn't have as a little bit more adrenaline in this one, but yeah, it's I can't let the hype get to me because I still got a job to do, and it's a phenomenal lineup over there. So I got to channel that adrenaline and make sure that I can have some success.
What will it be like staring down Aaron Judge from the pitcher's mound?
Yeah, I faced him in a couple IBPs like in 2021. But I think that's it. I don't think I faced him since then. So it'll be fun. I mean, best hitter in baseball. Doesn't really have holes, so it's all about sequencing and hoping I can just miss a barrel.
I know you were asked a lot about this in spring training. I know it's far down the road. I know that you're fully ingratiated into this talented clubhouse here, but free agency does await at the end of the season. If you do hit free agency, could you see a scenario where if the Yankees call, you pick up?
I mean, of course. Once you get to free agency, that's kind of what I'll start thinking about, more things like that where I can see myself, where I would fit in. But I know I said it in spring. It's I got to focus on winning today, helping team out in any way I possibly can, and doing the same thing tomorrow. So hopefully by the end of it, I can have all 30 teams calling me. But for now, I got the Padres that I got to make sure I give a lot of wins to.
Well, King will be looking for one tomorrow against the equally confident Clark Schmidt. So that's the pitching matchup, Mike King and Clark Schmidt. Boone was jokingly asked by Newsday's Eric Boland which starting pitcher has more self-confidence, and Boone said it was tight, but he still believes that it is Michael King. We know both have budding confidence in their ability and the results that they put in and get out of themselves on the mound. So that's a great pitching matchup tomorrow, but we have a really good one coming up here tonight once this game gets underway, guys, with Carlos Rodon and Nick Pivetta. Bob.
Justin, thank you so much. If and when that game gets going, we will see you with Michael Kay and Paul O'Neill. I want to remind you all season long here on Yes, we want to invite you viewers to show us the different ways you support the Bronx Bombers. Use the QR code on screen with a hashtag Toyota Pinstripe Pride and post pictures to social media that reflect your love for the Yankees. We might spotlight you in a future game. Pinstripe Pride is brought to you by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicles of the Yankees. Well, there are some big names with big power in this series. Aaron Judge continues to mash for the Bombers, and Fernando Tatis Jr. is a dynamic presence for the Padres. We'll continue to set the stage here on the FanDuel Yankees pregame next on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is presented by FanDuel. New customers get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. There's never been a better time to test drive that Hyundai you've always wanted. Visit HyundaiUSA.com today.
It's time for the pregame odds segment presented by FanDuel. The Bombers welcome the Padres to the Bronx for a star-studded series. For a same-game parlay, let's go with Ben Rice to homer, Paul Goldschmidt to get a hit, and Carlos Rodon to strike out 5 or more. That comes in at plus 972. Right now, new customers get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins.
That is a wide shot of the stadium. Tarp still on the field, but first pitch right now scheduled for 7:30, so a delay of about 30 minutes, and then Yanks and Padres set to go in Game 1. And when they do, let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup, brought to you by Toyota. Trent Grisham leading off. He was 2 for 4 in yesterday's ballgame, hitting at a 296 clip right now. Aaron Judge has a career-high-tying 14-game hitting streak, as well as his 30-game on-base streak. Anthony Volpe, 345 over his last 8, and Paul Goldschmidt against the Padres in his career. His on-base percentage, RBI, and runs all tops for active players. But back to Volpe, getting a little bit of a groove, but just happy to be back in that lineup.
A relief for the Yankees that Volpe only ends up missing 1 game, Bob. If we go back to that video where he dives and then grabs at his left shoulder, the Yankees are wondering how extensive is this injury going to be. Then when he does interviews, he talks about hearing a pop in his shoulder. But Volpe has proven throughout his Yankee career he's a tough kid. He is a durable kid, and the Yankees are excited to have him back at shortstop, especially because he was just getting on a roll offensively as well, hitting fastballs a lot better than he had across a 2-week period or so.
Well, you mentioned earlier how tough a customer Nick Pivetta has been this season. Let's take a look at his pitch arsenal, courtesy of StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. And for Pivetta, mainly a 4-pitch pitcher, Jack, relies heavily on a fastball that gets hitters out at a pretty good clip.
Yeah, he has never pitched well against the Yankees. We should get that out of the way right away. An ERA of over 8. But this year, Bob, that is what batters are doing against him, and it's not a lot. And when you wonder what is Pivetta doing differently, well, there's a couple of things. First of all, the Padres had him move over to the first base side of the rubber. They feel that that allows his sweeper and his curve to play up better. His fastball, he loves throwing his fastball up in the zone. He is getting as much ride on that pitch as anybody in Major League Baseball. Essentially, that means that the baseball looks like it's exploding out of his his hand and rising when it's really just staying on the same plane. Pivetta has tried to keep it very simple, Bob. He said, I'm just filling up the strike zone a lot more, but he has been a dominant pitcher. I think this is going to be a challenge for the Yankees because he's got such a mix of pitches to go to with the fastball up in the zone, tunneling those breaking pitches off of that, and the sweeper, a pitch that he only threw 5% of the time in 23. He's throwing it about 4 times as much this year.
I want to remind you the Gotham Sports app is your new home for streaming live Yankees games and so much more, and it's free with an eligible TV provider subscription. Download the Gotham Sports app now or visit GothamSports.com to get streaming. Carlos Rodon has been lights out recently, so coming up on the FanDuel Yankees pregame, we're going to tell you what he's been working on, what's been working for him as we spotlight tonight's pitching matchup for the Yanks. Stick around.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com. Is brought to you in part by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Learn more at genesis.com.
Hey, Yankee fans, I'm News 12 meteorologist Rich Hoffman with your game day forecast. The Yankees are at home playing the San Diego Padres, and we do have wet weather to contend with. We're watching periods of rain around the first pitch with a temperature around 60 degrees. And bring the warm gear because you are looking at that wind coming in from an easterly direction around 10 to 20 miles per hour. That'll give us temperatures in the 50s to around 60 degrees. So watch out for the wet weather and the rainy conditions. Enjoy the game. Back to you.
Rich, thank you. That is a live look at Yankee Stadium. Tarp coming off the field. First pitch scheduled for 7:30. We've had a couple of these recently, JC, so a little short reset before these starting pitchers get going.
Yeah, and it's a comforting sign to see that Tarp coming off the field. Everyone wants to see baseball tonight, and when you have this kind of pitching matchup, it's even better that the delay won't be very long.
Why don't we talk more pitching then? Guy getting the ball for the Yankees. He's been on a good rip. Carlos Rodon right now really great over his last 3. And the one last time, Jack, at Baltimore, just a couple hits and a couple runs allowed.
He was perfect through 5 innings as the Yankees were hitting a bunch of home runs in this game. And you see the reason why he was so good, Bob. He has really become a more diverse pitcher as a Yankee, including this season. He was 4-seam slider when he came to the Yankees. He now throws the changeup, the sinker, and the curve. The 4-seam and the slider are still a huge part of what he wants to accomplish, but he's showing hitters that he has other options to go to. How about the numbers against the slider? Batters 6 for 55.
And how about Rodon now pairing with Max Fried for a combined 2.18 ERA, though Fried is right around 1. All the other starters in ERA of about 6. So Rodon is figuring it out right now. It's what won him 16 games last year, and you can see those last 3 he's really locked in.
Yeah, last year he was a solid pitcher for the Yankees, and he had a dip during the season of about 6 or 7 starts where the ERA was something around 10. The rest of the time he was very consistent. The Yankees would love for Rodon to combine with Fried, as we just saw in that graphic, but also have Schmidt come along for the ride to be that consistent pitcher that they need him to be. I've just been very impressed, Bob, that he has made the transition that he has been able to make. The Yankees have given him advice. The Yankees have said, we think this is going to work. And Rodon has been on board with making those adjustments.
And taking them deeper into games, 6-7 innings. That's important with the bullpen needing some bit of rest at times. Now, a guy that he's going to have to contend with, a lot of good guys in that Padres lineup, but Fernando Tatis Jr., Jack, they actually pencil him into the leadoff spot now, not Luis Arraez, because of how often he gets on base.
Yeah, he is a superstar. You look at the numbers that he's been able to put up this season for the Padres, and Tatis is electric. He's dynamic. As you said, he gets on base a lot. He will be a challenge for Rodon, be a challenge for the Yankees, too, with the way that he runs the bases. But you talk about Tatis, and you know you're talking about a perennial MVP candidate and someone that a team can build its franchise around, which is what the Padres have tried to do, obviously with contributions from Machado, Bogaerts, Arraez, and others.
He's got 8 homers, 8 stolen bases this season. All of his ranking that you see there in the top 9 in the National League. Padres lineup brought to you by Toyota. Machado is 5 for 19 in his career off Rodon, but also has struck out 7 times. He's coming off the 3-hit game and a win over Pittsburgh. Bogaerts had 2 hits in that game with 3 runs batted in. Well, let's step aside again on the FanDuel Yankees pregame. Up next, Jack gives us his key to the game for tonight's opener between the Yanks and Padres. So stay tuned here on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Cadillac. Spring is the season for new beginnings, and it's the best time to get behind the wheel of a sophisticated new Cadillac SUV. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today.
Well, once again, friends, we've got baseball coming up for you. A delay of about 30 minutes in tonight's ball game. You see the tarp. They're still working on it, getting the field ready. First pitch scheduled for 7:30 tonight. We have time. We got plenty of time. We've got time for your key to the game.
My key is a memo to the Yankee offense. Don't be late. And by that, I mean don't be late in scoring some runs in this game. Why? The Padres have the best bullpen in the major leagues, earned run average of 1.73. And how about this, Bob? When they've had a lead after 7 innings this year, they're 19-0. So you want to get to them early. That bullpen can be formidable.
Punch first, keep punching. Jack and I are going to keep punching. We got your abbreviated rain delay coverage coming up right after this. Great to have you back with us on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. They continue to work on the field. Danny Cunningham and his crew getting it ready for a first pitch scheduled for 30 minutes from now. So hang with us here. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry with you in our Yes Network studio. Got about 30 minutes till game time and when they get going. And this is one of the reasons they have these little delays. They see the weather window, but they also do not want Carlos Rodon and Nick Pivetta taking the mound without being fully ready to go and knowing they can go out there and pitch a long time.
Excited to see this pitching matchup, Bob. Both of these pitchers, if you just look at it statistically, Rodon and Pivetta are the 2 hardest pitchers to hit in Major League Baseball this year. They've got the lowest batting averages against. You look at what Rodon has done across his last 3 starts for the Yankees. The ERA is under 1. He has struck out 24 of the 71 batters he has faced. And in his last start, he had a perfect game for 5 innings. So the Yankees really like this version of Rodon that they're seeing, been able to use all of his pitches effectively.
It's got to feel rewarding for both Rodon and the Yankees to know that when he came to the Yankees, you've always pointed this out, fastball, slider, just heavily throwing those 2 pitches, but the way he's evolved into a 4-pitch pitcher.
One thing that pitchers who come to the Yankees talk about is the influence of pitching coach Matt Blake and that entire Yankee pitching hierarchy and the laboratory that they put these pitchers in, and basically talk to them about certain pitches and what may make a different pitch even better. I know in talking to assistant pitching coach Preston Claiborne this spring, we were talking about Max Fried, and you would think, well, Max Fried would come over. What would he possibly need to improve? But even Max Fried said he was eager to get with the Yankees and figure out what can make him better. Rodon and the Yankees have figured that out, and now it's about execution. It's about on any given day, he might be aching to throw a slider in a count that he previously had thrown, but maybe the changeup is the best pitch right there. I think Rodon deserves a ton of credit for the transition and the adjusting that he has done.
So we will see Rodon and Pivetta tonight, and when the Yankees come to bat, at one point we're going to see Anthony Volpe, who went down with that slight shoulder injury a few games ago, but he is back in the starting lineup tonight, and that's where the pregame conversation with Aaron Boone began with our Justin Shackle.
Anthony back in the lineup. What told you and him that he could go tonight?
Him, trainers, doctor. Yeah, he felt good about it. I talked to him on the way home last night, and he said he can do everything. So, yeah, I feel like we dodged something there.
Do you think this is anything that'll need monitoring?
I mean, I'm sure we'll monitor it as we kind of navigate through it, but he's full strength, and I'm not expecting it to be an issue.
Carlos Rodon's really fell into a rhythm these last 3 starts. What do you feel has been consistent within those 3 outings for him?
Yeah, I think it goes back further than that. I think it goes back to he gave up 2 3-run homers in back-to-back outings where everything else was in line with the last few. And opening day, he's become a really good pitcher. Some days, like I feel like his last start, the fastball slider combination was, classic, what you think of with Carlos, where it's power, wipeout stuff. but he can do it different ways too. He's got the changeup that's real. He's mixing in both 4 and 2 seam now, which has helped them. Feel like he's throwing the ball really well, and obviously very important to our staff.
Gary and Nate.
Garrett just spoke to us for the first time in a while. He said he's looking forward to extending his time more to the rest of the pitching staff. I know we've talked about it in the past, but how valuable can that be?
Yeah. I think, now we're kind of through that first month phase where he's in the brace, where you're kind of restricted a little bit, and, just kind of come to grips with the rehab process and, just being less mobile. I think now we're, the rehab's evolving and he's out of the brace and he's a normal person again. You're not restricted. Starting to be around more, and that's my encouragement to him is to make sure he's in and around us and pouring into guys as much as he can. So I know he likes doing that and looking forward to that, and I think that'll be also therapeutic, hopefully, for him as he goes through this long road.
Understanding you haven't gone through the surgery, are you advising him, counseling him, encouraging him pretty consistently throughout this process?
I don't know about pretty consistently. I mean, I think there's guys on the staff that have certainly gone through this. So I think that's always valuable when you have guys that can relate to exactly what you're going. So as things pop up, questions pop up, and, to have peers that know exactly what you're going through and have been there and done that, I think that's hopefully something that's beneficial.
Nate, right behind you.
Aaron, back to Carlos for a sec. Just how impressed have you been with his ability to evolve into the pitcher that he's become? Because, 10 years in the league, it's probably not very simple to... Would you say he's drastically different than he was last year or the year before?
Yeah, I don't know about drastically. What I say about Carlos all the time is I'm just proud of him. Like, the first year he got smacked in the face, right, and fell on his face in a lot of ways. Like a couple minor injuries that slowed him. Playing catch up, struggled. And he answered it. He didn't run from that at all. And, we joke, he chopping wood. I want him to focus on just the work. And he's done that so well. He's developed a really good routine and program. He's been really diligent with strength and conditioning and the pitching group in the off season. As far as how he's training, his throwing program, putting him in position in spring training, and then just, focusing on the routine to be ready to go and go to the post every 5th or 6th day. And I feel like he's really focused well on that, and it served him well. And, it's not easy what he's gone through, and didn't run from it at all. And, so just proud of that fact. And, I think he's evolved as a pitcher, and I think he's better at, controlling his emotions, and because he's a, fiery, intense competitor. And, sometimes I think he's learned to rein that in a little bit, and just, as a starting pitcher, I think it's so important to just kind of continue to focus on the next pitch, the next pitch, the next pitch. And he keeps getting better and better at that.
Ron.
A lot of times players on the shelf are somewhat reluctant to speak out. Did you have to encourage Garrett to keep giving advice and insight while he's sidelined?
Yeah, I have. Especially now. I talked to him a couple days ago about this. Like now that he's out of the brace and out of the initial, where it's cumbersome and it's hard, and you're processing it all. So yeah, I want to encourage him to start, being Garrett and being around and doing his thing and offering what he does. So we've had that conversation, and I think he's looking forward now to, start adding to that.
From your time around him all these years, what insights does he have on pitching that the others don't?
Oh, I don't know. He's got a wealth of experience now, and he's had obviously a ton of success, but he's also had moments of truth and struggles, and adversity too. So he's got a lot to share, and he likes sharing it. And but he's also smart about the craft, and he's able to absorb the information that's available now and make of that what he will, and be able to share that with other guys. I've encouraged him to get around. Like, he likes to come around, and even in games sometimes. And one of the things I love about Garrett is, of course, when he starts, he's one of the game's best pitchers. But this guy, he loves baseball, and he's always been very hooked up, the way I would call it, on the days he doesn't pitch too. Like, he's paying attention and locked in, and I think that's one of the important things he brings to the team.
Chris, to the left.
You have 4 capable outfielders who can play every day.
Mm-hmm.
What goes into the process of who sits that day? Like, how do you decide that?
Yeah, we just kind of do. Mostly it's Brad and I kind of getting together every night. I'll look at the week ahead. The one thing that's not perfect is that, they're all, a lot of them are lefty versus the righty. So it's like, there's not just the obvious, this guy here. And so you're just trying to balance, like, as best you can, a little bit of the matchup thing, while also keeping guys fresh and relevant, while also kind of rewarding the guys that are really, playing at a high level. So it's a little bit of a puzzle. Been a little bit of a challenge, but a challenge because of a good thing, because guys are performing and deserve to play. So just the best we can, just try and keeping guys sharp and available.
Greg and Platt.
Do you still expect DJ to play third base on his rehab assignment?
We'll talk about that today. So, obviously right now second's more in play with Jazz down for a little bit. So he's here today off his, so we haven't sat down and looked at how the week's going to lay out.
And Stroman looked like was going to throw another bullpen. Where is he at in his kind of build up?
Yeah, he's throwing a pen today. I think his next thing will be, if that goes well, probably a live later in the week, and then we'll see where we are.
Aaron, getting back to Cole for a second. You said that you had been encouraging him to speak out more and to make his presence felt. How about in the early days? Because the early days after the injury, the operation, he said those days were dark for him. That's the word he used, was dark. Did you feel compelled to reach out to him and have that conversation and say, hey, look, you're still one of us?
No, not in the early days, because I did feel like he was struggling with that a little bit. So it was more kind of giving him a space and letting him kind of navigate that. For a guy, that's had the career he's had, that's been incredibly durable, his first major, thing to go through. And I think he was, dealing with that. And so tried to kind of give him his space there. But, over the last couple of weeks now, I've kind of started and I see him starting to, Garrett's personality and who he is start to come out. It's like, all right, I want you to start being around and breathing into these guys a little bit more and more. So we've had, a good conversation around that.
Eric and Brian.
You guys didn't make any secret that one of the last guys you wanted to include in the Soto deal was Michael King as an organization. You tried desperately to hang on to him. Mm-hmm. So you're obviously not surprised at his success, but how would you describe what he's developed into as a starting pitcher?
Yeah. He's a beast. I mean, he's he's become everything you would have hoped for, in that he kind of showed us here through, dominating in the pen to finally getting into the rotation and having success. And now he's gone and done it now over a full season and now done it with the volume too. So I can't say I'm surprised. Talking about weapons, he's got a lot of weapons to beat you, and probably even more confidence than Clark Schmidt to go execute it.
I was going to ask you who has more self-confidence between
I think
Clark
it's King.
and King.
I think it's King.
Is Clark definitely still going, by the way, tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Brian, to the left.
Aaron, you were very high on George Lombard this spring. With him moving up to Double-A, what's your scouting report on what makes him impressive?
Ooh. Great head on his shoulders, like loves the game, great work ethic, smart, heady player, but then physically, and you've really seen that evolve now over the 2 years. You've seen him like slowly turning into a man and a big physical presence. Like he's physical out there, the ease with which he can make plays and moves in the field, starting to impact the ball more, doing a good job, so far of controlling the strike zone. So obviously George someone we're super excited about. And I think at the start of the year, when they were even deliberating on starting in Hudson Valley or starting in Double-A, it's like, especially, early on, the weather, let's start them in Hudson Valley and with the idea that if things are moving right, move them pretty quickly. He certainly earned that next step up to Somerset. So excited for him in the start he's off. But he's a special makeup and really good athlete.
John, go ahead.
Obviously, to go back to what we've been saying, everyone knows that Garrett Cole's always there with advice and they can go to him. For the fact that, like, the guys who have the advice for him now are, like, Luis Heel and Clark Schmidt, in a sense. How much of a different dynamic is that in some ways, and how much do you feel you've seen him embrace that already?
I don't know that I've seen that, but, it's a good dynamic, and I think it's great, and a lot of those guys now, Garrett knows them. They know Garrett very well. Like, we've been through the battles and things now. So the relationship there is strong. So I think that, gives you a better opportunity to have those impactful conversations as you go through these things.
Joel and Justin will wrap it up.
I know you got to live in the moment. Every once in a while, do you look at Cole and go, oh, damn, what this might look like if I had Garrett Cole?
Barely. But you can dream on it next year, right? Like, he's going to be back and healthy, and, you can vision who he might be pitching alongside of. That's cool to dream on, too.
Last one, Justin.
Aaron, just following up on what you said earlier about DJ. What is his plan for the week?
We'll map that out. Yeah.
Is there a chance he can join you on the West Coast trip?
Possible. We'll see.
Aaron Boone with a wide-ranging pregame press conference. As it relates to tonight's game, he talked a lot about Anthony Volpe being back in there and obviously being a very productive player lately, needing to get him back in there.
Boone said it best. The Yankees dodged a bullet there. Volpe had just been starting to come into his own as a hitter. He's 10 for his last 27. He is catching up to some of those fastballs that he wasn't catching up to in a series against the Rays. So that'll be interesting tonight to watch, Bob, because Pivetta likes to throw that four-seam fastball up in the zone. And if you go back to when he first injured himself and what the Yankees are probably thinking when he's writhing on the ground, holding on to his left shoulder, I'm not sure they thought it would only be one game. But give Volpe a lot of credit for being tough and being durable. Since his Major League debut, it's a span of 359 games. Bob, he's played in 353 of them. That's 98% of the time. We hear about load management, giving guys a day off. Volpe does not take days off.
Yeah, Volpe getting penciled into the lineup is an easy decision. A harder decision is 4 healthy quality outfielders for 3 spots. And this year, Jack, Trent Grisham, who's leading off tonight, kind of forcing the issue because he's had such good at-bats.
Everyone wants to be a manager, especially everyone on social media, right? Everyone wants to make out the lineup. And I said at the beginning of the year that I thought the Yankees should treat Dominguez this year the way they treated Volpe in his rookie year. You're the shortstop, through ups and downs. It's your spot. Go and play. Do your best to thrive and excel. But Trent Grisham, because he's been hitting so well, has deserved at-bats. So you look at the last 5 games, Bob, there have been 3 instances where righties have started, and Dominguez has found himself on the bench. It's a tough place to be for a young player, but right now Grisham is forcing his way into the lineup.
And then good to hear a conversation about Garrett Cole being back around. Certainly could have an impact on a guy like Carlos Rodon tonight.
The Yankees would love to have had Cole match up with Fried and be a 1-2 this season. But when you can't have that, having the wisdom, the knowledge, and the presence of Garrett Cole in the dugout, in the clubhouse, that is something the Yankees should take advantage of.
We're just about set for baseball in the Bronx. After this, we'll get you out to Michael Kay and Paul O'Neill with a call. Justin Shackle reporting. And Jack and I will see you on the postgame. Have a terrific night. We're glad you're with us on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Yes.
Well, rain has blanketed the tri-state for most of the day, but now it's stopped, so we're going to have a little bit of a delay, but there is now time for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the San Diego Padres in the first game of a three-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Paul O'Neill, I'm Michael Kay. Yankees just lost 2 out of 3 to the Tampa Bay Rays, so they try to get back on the winning side. We'll take a look at the Home Depot getting it done pitching matchup. Nick Pivetta signed a free agent contract with the Padres. He's gotten off to a really fine start. Carlos Rodon, 3.43 for the Yankees, and in his last 3 starts, Paul, he's been money on the mound.
He's been nothing less than spectacular. I mean, he has learned to pitch. He came over, he struggled a little bit last year, a huge bounce back year, but this year his fastball's good, his slider has been very sharp, and he's also learned to throw that changeup down and away. It has helped him so much to be a true pitcher.
All right, let's take a look at last 3 starts. 3-0, 0.95 ERA. Opponents hit just 125 against him and 154 OPP average, and that leads the American League along with a 31.7 strikeout percentage this season. Now, one of the guys he's going to have to deal with on a very good Padre team is Fernando Tatis Jr. This guy can hit.
Well, he can do everything on the baseball field. I mean, the San Diego Padres, if you look at their stats, they win with pitching, but they do need some offense, and he adds a lot of it. Came up as a shortstop, has become a gold glove right fielder, can do absolutely everything on the baseball field. Hit, run, throw, and yeah, he's got a little attitude too, Michael.
Well, I give him a long ride, that is for sure, and he enjoys them as well. Let's take a look now at the Mohegan Sun team scouting report, and the Padres are good. 22-11, only the Dodgers have a better record. 2.9 runs allowed and a 1.73 bullpen ERA. Both lead the majors this season. And we were talking about Tatis, 328, 8 home runs, 26 runs scored, all of that in 32 games. It'll be interesting to see him these next 3 games. Garrett Cole's back with the Yankees. Not ready to pitch yet, but he's in the clubhouse, in the dugout. Our Justin Shackle spoke with Aaron Boone about the ace being back. Next.
Welcome back to Yankees baseball on pitch as the Yankees open up a 3-game interleague series with the San Diego Padres. Hey everybody, I'm Justin Shackle. The Yankees continue to navigate 2025 without their ace Garrett Cole on the mound, but now they'll have Cole with them in the trenches more often. Cole met with reporters this afternoon for the first time since undergoing Tommy John surgery in March. He said he had his brace taken off 2.5 weeks ago, but as for when he'll pick up a baseball next, that's not going to happen until August. Between now and then, Aaron Boone is going to look forward to having Cole as another source of guidance for his pitching staff.
I want to encourage him to start, being Garrett and being around and doing his thing and offering what he does. So we've had that conversation, and I think he's looking forward now to, start adding to that. My encouragement to him is to make sure he's in and around us and pouring into guys as much as he can. So I know he likes doing that and looking forward to that. And I think that'll be, also therapeutic, hopefully, for him as he goes through this long road.
As for Cole, he mentioned that he still pitches mentally before bed every night, and he joked he still hasn't given up any hits. When we come back, Carlos Rodon will take the mound for the Yankees. He'll try and keep his streak of impressive pitching going. The lefty will throw the first pitch next. Michael Kay and Paul O'Neill have the call. It's Yankees baseball on Yes and the Gotham app.
Yankees baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees, by the New York Lottery. Get out there and play. And by Hyundai. Test drive a new Hyundai today, only at your local Hyundai dealer. From the greats for the Padres and the Yankees. Obviously, the Yankees have been around a lot longer. The Padres have had their share of stars like Tony Gwynn and Trevor Hoffman, to name a few. Well, it has been raining most steadily throughout the day, but the Yankees and Major League Baseball feel they have found a window in order to get this one in. This is the only time the Padres are in, and that's one of the drawbacks with interleague play, Paul. You're only coming in this one, so you have to try to get those games in. And there's no other time that the Padres and the Yankees could play other than a mutual off day on Thursday, and both teams are flying west that day.
Yeah, it's never good to give up an off day, but you're right. Early in the season, you've got to get these games in. But when you look at these games on the schedule, you know, this is an exciting series. Both teams in the playoffs last year, obviously the Yankees going to the World Series. If you think about it, San Diego was up 2-1. It almost put the Dodgers out last year.
Very, very close, and the Dodgers never would have been in the World Series to meet the Yankees. So San Diego came very, very close to doing that, as Paul said. And once again, they have a very good team. The Yankees are 19-15, and they're leading the East by 2 games over the Red Sox. The Padres are 22-11, and they're just a half game behind the Dodgers in the National League West. And you look at the National League West, it's so good and so deep that you might get all 3 National League wildcard teams out of the West. So every one of those teams, the first 4, they get to play the Rockies 13 times as well, and the Rockies have struggled so far. Well, the Yankees take the field. Carlos Rodon jogs out to the mound, and we're getting closer to baseball. So the Yankee left-hander, who's been so good over his last 3 starts, he will begin his warm-ups. We have a camera right behind you, right behind him, to give you a little bit of a feel of what it's like here at the stadium. It is raining. It's a steady mist. And once you start a game in this weather, you're kind of committed to playing through it. So hopefully we will get 9 innings in, and the Yankees and the Padres will complete this one. Padres starting lineup: Fernando Tatis Jr. in right field, Luis Arias at first, Manny Machado plays third and bats third. Xander Bogaerts, Yankees familiar with him from the Red Sox, he'll clean up and play shortstop. The DH, Luis Camposano, he's in bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing left field, Oscar Gonzalez. And Elias Diaz is going to catch him, bat seventh. Tyler Wade, former Yankee, in second base, will bat eighth. And Brandon Lockridge, the center fielder, will bat ninth. Nick Pivetta having a great season. He's on the mound for the Padres, 1-4 lifetime against the Yanks. Rodon, 7 starts, 4-3, 3.43 ERA, 52 strikeouts in 42 innings pitched. Let's check out the Nissan pitcher scouting report.
Well, 3 in a row. He is coming off of 3 of the better starts you'll see from a Yankee pitcher. He had a .095 ERA, won all 3 of those starts. Had a sharp slider. He has always had it, but it's gotten even better. Batter's only hitting .109 against his slider this year. And back on top, well, we'll see tonight, only 4 strikeouts behind Garrett Crochet of the Red Sox to lead the American League in strikeouts.
Well, striding to the plate, really one of Major League Baseball superstars, Fernando Tatis Jr. He'll start this off. And Rodon getting prepared to throw the first pitch. So we will have baseball. It's going to be delayed by about a half hour from the original starting time, and all is good. Tatis ready. Rodon ready. And let's do it here at the stadium. Pitch is fouled back. We're underway. Adrian Johnson, the home plate umpire. Quinn Walcott at first. Ramon De Jesus at second. And Paul Clemens is over at third. Padres in the middle of a 9-game, 10-day road trip. They just swept the Pirates. They'll have 3 against the Yankees, an off day, and they'll finish with 3 in Colorado. Padres have won 5 straight. One and 2. Yankee defense has Bellinger in left, Grisham in center, Judge over in right, infield third to first, Peraza, Volpe, Vivas, and Goldschmidt. Wells behind the plate, Ben Rice to DH, and Rodon is on the mound. Just missed.
Well, those are the pitches you need against great hitters. You think you make that solid pitch to get him off the plate. He's still got a bat in his hands.
And the 2-2. Count is full. Tatis, 26 years old. 6th major league season. Had a big scare when he was hit on the left forearm by a pitch Friday. Left the game, but he did play Saturday and yesterday, so all good. Strike 3. Got him on the slider. Caught him looking. It's time for the keys to the game, brought to you by your local Kia dealers.
Well, it is a right field matchup in this series. Two superstars of the game, obviously, Aaron Judge, and you've got Fernando Tatis, probably the two best right fielders in all of baseball. Tough to hit. Tonight's starters are number 1 and number 2 on opponent's average. Rodon 154, Pivetta 169. Could be a tough night to hit. You got bullies where we're talking. You always talk about how good the Yankees bullpen is. Well, the Padres lead all of baseball with a 1.73 ERA in their bullpen.
Hit sharply. Foul ball. Now, when you look at Luis Arraez, you're looking at the guy who's won 3 straight batting titles. With the Twins in 22, with the Marlins in 23, and with the Marlins and the Padres in 24. 3-time batting titleist, and he's kind of bopped around the big leagues. 1 and 2. Let's see what we have in the home plate umpire, Adrian Johnson. He's considered hitter-friendly, almost pinned. Crew chief, 20th big league season, calls fewer high strikes, fewer inside strikes. Arraez has gone 39 plate appearances without a strikeout. Fly ball left field. On the run, Bellinger. It's out of play.
Well, in his career, Michael, he leads all of major leagues. 6.6% of the time he only strikes out. So it's just, he's an old school guy. Hits 300 every year. You talked about his 3 batting titles. Never happened before with 3 different teams. Puts the bat on the ball. Not a ton of power, but just hits 300 year after year.
Serves that one into left field. On the run, Bellinger slides, and he makes the play. Cody Bellinger.
I'll tell you, this is when one time as an outfielder you like the outfield grass being wet. You get a nice little slippy slide, just coast right into it and just slide right along the wet grass. Did that as a little kid, didn't you, Michael? Out in the rain.
Nice.
Little slip and slide.
Machado chases a fastball upstairs, 0-1. Yankees familiar with Machado, first part of his career with the Orioles. He has 22 home runs against the Yankees. Only Devers has more of active players. Devers has 28.
I always look at Manny Machado and just think, you know, he's a gifted player, no doubt about it. You don't realize it's his 14th season. He's 32 years old.
Amazing. Going by too fast, Paul. The 0-2, swing and a miss on the slider. Strong first inning for Rodon. He retires the Padres in order. The Yankees coming to bat. Well, the Padres go down in order in the top of the first. Now it's the Yankees' turn against Nick Pivetta. Trent Grisham's going to lead off. Aaron Judge bats second. Ben Rice, the DH, hits third. The middle third of the order for the Yankees, Goldschmidt, Bellinger, and Anthony Volpe is back after missing yesterday's game. Austin Wells will catch. Oswald Peraza at third. And Yorbi Bibas, the second baseman, will bat ninth. So let's see who they're facing. Nick Pivetta, 5-1 with a 1.78 ERA. Pivetta has been everything the Padres could have hoped for. And we walk up to home plate with Trent Grisham.
Just want to make sure they cleaned it all off for you.
39 strikeouts and 35 in the third. Let's check out the Nissan pitcher scouting report.
Well, he's in the league leader of a lot of those 5 wins. Only 169 opponents we talked about hitting against. Up and down. Fastballs 93, 94. Up in the strike zone. A lot of breaking balls down in the strike zone. So That's kind of his sequences of pitches. Bad history, though. If you look at it, he's with the Red Sox. Remember that 6.99 career ERA against the Yankees and a 1-4 record.
The 0-1. Well, the Padres are familiar with Grisham. He was part of the deal that got Juan Soto to the Yankees. Yankees sent pitching and Kyle Higashioka to San Diego. Yankees got Soto and Grisham.
I noticed my chair's a little out of whack. You had somebody else do a game in here, didn't you?
It was a big guy, yeah.
Yeah, he's a little taller than me. I feel like we're the Three Bears. Somebody slept in my bed over here.
You know what? Don't worry. You have more hair.
All right, well. It's not so often you come to a game in Yankee.
I know. I turned to the left at Yankee Stadium. You were supposed to be there.
I did.
You didn't show up.
No likeness whatsoever. When
no, you guys do not look alike. You have 4 World Series rings for the Yankees, but you don't look alike. 3-1. There's a strike. 3-2. Well, Nick Pivetta last year with Boston, he turned down a $21 million qualifying offer from the Red Sox. And then he was unsigned into February. He ended up signing a 4-year, $55 million deal. So that's not $21 million a year. But he does have opt-outs after the second and third seasons of that deal. 3-2. Looped into center field, coming on Lockridge. Dives, and he makes the play. Nice play by Lockridge, taking a base hit away from Grisham.
Well, you can see, even with the rain for the last 24 hours, good footing out there. You saw a good play by Bellinger. Or by Lockridge. I mean, it's outfielders are ready to go. Big swing. Got a jam shot, though. Kind of lost his helmet, too.
Here's Aaron Judge. His double in yesterday's game extended his hitting streak to 14 straight. That ties for the longest of his career. And he has a 30-game on-base streak. He's 5 for 18 with 2 home runs lifetime against Pivetta.
You saw Pivetta first pitch up and in to Aaron Judge. And, Michael, you were in here. Mark Grant, who does the broadcast, ex-pitcher for the Padres, they have moved him to the right first base side of the mound, where he gets that lane where he can get the ball in now to right-handed hitters. He had a lot of trouble doing that in Boston.
And he worked off the third base side of the rubber then. 3-1 on Judge. And 2. Padres defense, Gonzalez. You just saw Lockridge and Tatis Jr. In the infield, Machado, Bogarts, Wade, and Arise. You have Diaz behind the plate, Campusano as the DH. So a full count on Judge. And Pivetta deals. Driven to right field. Fair ball, it's gone. It is a foul ball. Kept slicing. Let's check out the game time weather presented by Bigelow, the official hot tea of the Yankees. 59 degrees, and the forecast is better play fast.
You know, some nights you just give Bigelow, give them their money back. I mean, it's not a weather forecast you want to talk about.
Paul, there are about 4 people in our sales department that just passed out when you said give them their money back.
It's one game. I mean, a couple bags of tea here and there, you know, just something.
Howard Levinson's pulling his hair out, and he has no hair.
It only took to the bottom of the first for me to say something stupid.
Another foul ball. Yankee offense the last 4 games, they're 1-3, and they've stalled, getting 3.5 runs per game, hitting .205, .294 on base percentage. 3-2. And Judge works a walk. So 31 straight games reaching base successfully.
Well, he challenged him early in the count, but then kind of right then, you know what, you've seen enough pitches. You're probably starting to lock in on me. I'll go for a breaking ball outside the strike zone for ball 4. I like Howard Levinson.
He's a great guy.
I feel bad now. Couldn't you throw another name out there somebody you like? Or something?
That one is ripped past the diving horizon down the right field line. Judge goes to third. Rice going for 2, and the ball is mishandled by Wade. Here comes Judge. Here's the throw. He slides. He's out. Once the ball got away from Wade, well, they tried to send Judge, and Judge got thrown out.
Well, Aaron Judge got a good read on it. So many things happened on this play. Just good reactions, good instincts. It was just a perfect throw to get Aaron Judge at the plate. And again, when that ball popped up in the air, Aaron Judge read it, rounding third, and just thought, I can cruise in. Just watch here. I mean, this ball's ripped down the first baseline. And then all of a sudden, about halfway, all right, is he going to make it to second? Then the ball also flipped up in the air, and you see Aaron Judge on his own read that. But then a good throw, a quick throw, got him out of the plate.
I believe that was Bogaerts covering second because Wade was there for the cutoff. So that was Bogaerts who mishandled the throw and then made the strong throw home. So you score that 6-2 to get Judge trying to score. It's a double for Rice. Here's Goldschmidt.
Everything happened, and we talked about Tatis, how good he is in right field, but that ball popped up in the air, but a quick reaction from Bogaerts to get Judge. I mean, an exciting play on both ends.
Two 2-0 on Goldschmidt. Ball and body arrived at the same time. That's why it popped up in the air. A good recovery by Bogaerts.
Just a bare hand to be able to snag that and get rid of it. Do you think that Vivas likes the new rule behind the plate that you can't get hit as a catcher? Big Aaron Judge coming around at about 290.
Goldschmidt 4 for 11 against Pivetta. And the count is 3-1. So the Yankees making Pivetta work here in the first inning. Pivetta is not allowed a cleanup hitter in a lineup to get on base this year. No hits, no walks, nothing.
It's impressive. Just pull that one out of your hat, or did somebody send you?
No, right out of the Padre notes.
Ball down a little bit down. Got the call, though. We talked about the scattering report. Fastballs up in the strike zone. Breaking balls down. That one looked like it was a little too far down.
Swing and a miss. Goldschmidt down on strikes. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. We played one inning here at the stadium. 0-0. Yankees and the Padres right here on Yes. Well, let's check out FanDuel's live same-game parlay. Judge gonna hit a home run today? Volpe a hit? Rodon 6 or more strikeouts? He's second in the American League in strikeouts, and he had 2 in the first inning.
Hey, Michael, if I looked at that parlay and you told me at 1 o'clock this afternoon, 2 o'clock, that we'd be playing baseball, I would have sold the house and bet on it.
Here's Bogaerts.
And I would have been staying with you tomorrow, right?
More than welcome. Bogaerts, 32 years old, 13th major league season. Pitch up and away.
Yeah, he's in year 3 of an 11-year, $280 million contract. But you look at what he did. I mean, when he was with Boston, he was just a perennial guy. 50 doubles, had 33 home runs in 2019, 2 times world champ, 5 silver sluggers, 4 all-star games. I mean, he had a ton on his resume when he went to San Diego.
I'm not quite certain, though, how that contract's going to age. 11 years, $280 million, and he's 32, and there's 8 more years after this. Grounded to third, backing up Peraza, and he gets Bogarts. Now, Peraza getting the start against Pivetta, and when that happens and you see Cabrera sitting, who's a switch hitter that bats better from the left side, you know that the Yankees think that he has reverse splits. Otherwise, it would be the other way around. He wouldn't be starting. Here's Campusano. Waves at that pitch.
Yeah, we talked about Pivetta, Michael, and how he has moved to the different side of the rubber, which makes him more effective to get the ball in on righties. Before, on the other side of the rubber, everything was away, which, you have a good opportunity as a right-handed hitter to really dive out there, not knowing that he wasn't going to come inside much, and that's changed.
Campusano was called up from the minors Saturday. A third catcher behind Diaz and Maldonado. Now, he had 319 in 49 games in 2023, but he didn't take advantage of a chance to seize the starting catching role last year. Hit .227 and had very poor defensive metrics. Former second-round pick by the Padres. On deck, Gonzalez. Strike 3. Campusano down looking. Third strikeout for Rodon.
Rodon is a right-handed hitter. You're expecting that slider down and in. This is just a good fastball, probably borderline at best, but Rodon got the call. It was a little low, but you've seen a couple pitches so far called low out of the strike zone.
So here's Gonzalez. He was called up April 8th when Jackson Merrill went on the IL with a right hamstring strain. Now, Merrill's with the ball club today, and he will be activated tomorrow, so this could be the last game for Gonzalez here in the big leagues. Probably going to go up to Merrill in the clubhouse after. Maybe you need a couple more days.
Look at my torpedo bat across your kneecap.
High fly ball, right center. Grisham will make the play, and Rodon retires the Padres in order. We go to the bottom of the second. Up the season at MLBshop.com. Check out the largest selection of authentic jerseys, caps, hoodies, t-shirts, and more. Visit MLBshop.com, the official source for your Yankees gear. Nick Pivetta. Walk and a double he gave up in the first inning, but a nice defensive play kept Judge from scoring, so it's 0-0. Bellinger will lead off. Big cut. Well, he does not get cheated. 0-1.
Now, he's got a violent swing, too. He pretty much puts everything he has into it.
He was 2 for 12 in the series against the Rays. One and one. Now he's hitting 200. Now over his last 10 games he's hitting 257. But Paul, against lefty pitching, 8 for 24.
Yeah, he's a little shorter. I think that he thinks about pulling the baseball a lot more against righties. See that ball right there, kind of hanging in the strike zone and kind of come around it where you're trying to pull the ball. Where I think he stays more in the middle of the field, even the other way, the lefties, and still is able to pull it.
1-2. Popped out behind the plate, now to play. So it'll be Bellinger, Volpe, and Wells in the second against Pivetta.
Pivetta trying to set up that curveball down and in with the fastball up out of the strike zone before, but Billy Bellinger, a good swing right there.
And the pitch. 2-2 as it gets away all the way to the Padre dugout. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Bellinger down on strikes. That's going to bring up Volpe.
After breaking ball, there's that fastball up in the strike zone. Bellinger just underneath.
So Volpe gave everybody a scare Saturday, diving into the hole and then grimacing in pain. He felt something pop in his shoulder, but all the tests came back clean. He didn't play yesterday. Didn't look like they wanted to use him at all because you could see the moves they made in the final 2 innings. Volpe was not in play, and he told Aaron Boone after the game, "I'm good to go. I can do everything." So you knew he wanted to play today. And this is a guy who has not missed a lot of games in his 3 years as a big leaguer.
Yeah, Michael, Aaron Boone earlier today said that they dodged something with what happened to Volpe's shoulder on Saturday, but he said Volpe is at full strength like you mentioned. He said he's good to go. He is not expecting the shoulder to be an issue moving forward. They're obviously going to monitor it in the coming days, though.
And if you just joined us, that's the voice of Justin Shackle.
Yeah, the man with the golden hair.
Hello again.
About him before.
And here's the play. And you've lived through this. Bellinger said anytime you make a dive, you get nervous about that.
You do, because, you know, your shoulder can, be pushed back. It can be jammed. There's so many things that can happen. And that's the problem with, with baseball. It's a day-to-day sport. So any kind of pain or something is going to cause you, affect you. Great swing by Austin Wells, line to right field.
Yeah, he rockets a single in front of Tatis.
Tatis kind of laughing that he was going to try to throw him out. Wells got out of the box pretty quick, but really the first hanging breaking ball you've seen from Pivetta up in the strike zone and just line. But as a hitter, somebody that's got a great arm and coming in fast. Tatis, yeah, you don't hustle, I'll try to throw you out at first base.
Peraza takes outside. Swings through the fastball. Now goes to the sweeper, 1-2.
You said it, Michael. This is what we're going to say this week.
I think that's the first time I said it in 2 years.
Right?
Yeah.
Breaking ball.
I'll do that from now on.
Correct you. You're sorry.
Although in the meetings and in the dugout, they say sweeper.
Sweeper. Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Peraza down on strikes. Third strikeout for Pivetta. We'll go to the third. Well, it's time for Pinstripe Pride, brought to you by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicles of the Yankees. Tonight's picture is of William, who's the 6th generation to carry on his family's legacy of loving the Yankees. It is passed down from generation to generation. Use the hashtag Toyota Pinstripe Pride and mention yes in pictures that you post to social media to reflect your love for the Bronx Bombers, and we might spotlight you in a future game. Now we go to the third. Elias Diaz will lead off. Now the way the Padres split the catching duties, Diaz catches Pivetta and Michael King, who's starting tomorrow. And Maldonado has called all the games for Dylan Cease and Randy Vasquez.
Diaz, another guy. I mean, it's his 11th season. But, you know, the reason you don't know a lot about him, played with the Pirates, played with the Rockies, now he's with the Padres. You remember back in 2023, he was the MVP of the All-Star game, hit a big home run. On these teams, you're talking about the Rockies having a tough year. You know, if you're not on a team that, you know, has big-name players and you don't win, you're not in the playoffs, a lot of people really don't know about you as a major leaguer.
He had to come from behind game-winning home run in the 8th inning off Felix Bautista in that game to win the MVP. 2-1. 2-2. Well, the Padres, we told you 22-11, and the 22-11 is pretty much on their pitching. They score 4.03 runs per game. That's 18th. They have a batting average of .260, which is very good. That's third. On-base percentage is 11th, slugging 14th, home runs 29, tied for 21st. Did he go? No, he did not. But then when you look at what the pitching does, they allow 2.88 runs per game. That's first in baseball. Did he go? No, he did not. Starting pitching ERA 3.52, that's 8th. Relief pitching ERA 1.73, that's first. So that's how they've compiled a 22-11 record. Ground ball and through for a base hit for Diaz.
Well, that's just good hitting from Diaz. Not a bad pitch. He had set that up. He had pretty much thrown everything, and he just inside-out system shoots the ball to the right side, finds a hole.
Former Yankee Tyler Wade. So with Jackson Merrill on the IL for the past month, Wade has gotten most of his starts in center field. Today he's getting a start at second base. Now one is popped up foul behind the plate. 0-1.
You do remember Tyler Wade, a lot of speed, has always struggled a little bit offensively, but this year coming into the game, 302. He's always been a guy that could steal bases for you, play great defense in a lot of different positions. 5 years with the Yankees, 1 with the Angels, the A's, now a couple years here in San Diego.
Been in the big leagues 9 years. Tries to bunt again, and the count 0-2. Got great speed. Swing and a miss. 4th strikeout for Rodon. Time for tonight's injury report, brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. Jackson Merrill, one of the great young players in the game. If not for Paul Skeens, he's the Rookie of the Year last year. Expected to return tomorrow. Right hamstring strain this season. In 10 games, off to a great start. Last year, he hit .292, 24 homers, and 90 runs batted in with an .826 OPS. So the Yankees catch a break. They don't see him tonight, but we'll probably see him tomorrow. 1-1 on Brandon Lockridge. Lockridge missed 3 weeks with a left hamstring strain. Came back Friday. Actually, out of the Yankee farm system, 5th round pick in 2018. The Yankees traded him to San Diego at last year's deadline for Enyel De Los Santos and Thomas Balboni. Right back to Rodon. There's one. A scoop, but not in time. Let's check out the optimum don't take slow for an answer replay. We take a look at Tatis from Saturday.
Well, we talked about him. He can pretty much do everything. He's got speed. He's got power. And he can just create runs. And speed doubled and a stolen base. And then why not? Just score on a pass ball. No room for error there.
Didn't even get that far away. 1-0 on Tatis. Runner goes. The throw to second. Not in time. Stolen base for Lockridge.
Yeah, recently you've seen some issues with the Yankees trying to shut down the running game, but you know that's just a first move, and you know Austin Wells has absolutely no shot to throw him out. As soon as Rodon lifted his leg, he was off to the races.
Well, the Rays did some running on the Yankees over the weekend. 6 stolen bases on Saturday, a couple yesterday. And Jeff Nelson said it's usually on the pitcher, not on the catcher.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Looking back at, you know, when you did steal bases, it was all about getting a jump on the pitcher, the timing, because, you know, the catchers are so good. And especially now where they're throwing towards the first base side of the base where you'll slide in, you know, you need to get a great jump to steal on most of the major league catchers.
So the count is full. Arises on deck.
First time up, Tatis had the same count, full count, and he went with that breaking ball for strike 3. So he mixes it up here.
4 strikeouts for Rodon. And now 5. Gets the fastball by him. No runs a hit. 1 man left on base. Let's go to the bottom of the 3rd. Nothing. It's time for the Audi Electric Moment. Experience a fully electric Audi vehicle at your local Tri-State Audi dealer today. And this is your B-Boss's first big league hit. And it was a big hit. A 2-run single.
Watch that.
Pumped up.
I watched that bat, Michael, and it was a bunch of fastballs before then, and he made the adjustment to hit that changeup up the middle.
1-0 on the B-Boss. Yankees been impressed the way he works the count. Worked the walk going down 0-2. He takes pitches close. 1-1. Rain continuing to fall here at the stadium, but certainly playable at this point. One and 2. You know, with Bebas playing second base, you know, Justin Shackle reported on our pregame show that Aaron Boone did not rule out DJ LeMahieu being back for the West Coast swing. And he has been playing more second than third. Did that surprise you, Justin?
You have Jazz Chisholm now sidelined for an extended period of time, but that's the case right now. That's what Aaron Boone said. More second than third when LeMahieu does return, and they haven't exactly mapped out the week's plans for DJ on his rehab assignment. But like you mentioned, yeah, Boone said it is possible that they'll see if LeMahieu joins them on the West Coast trip.
Ball 4 as Bebas works a walk. Yankees baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Delta, the official airline of the New York Yankees. Delta, keep climbing.
Delta climbed me all the way up from Cincinnati to Westchester yesterday.
You were in Cincy?
Yeah.
Really?
A little stop by, see if everything was okay, which never is.
Grisham fouls it straight back here.
Bebas can run 21 stolen bases last year in the minors. So you hope that, again, you're waiting for the Yankee speed to really become relevant and part of their offense.
Grisham hit a looper into center field. Lockridge coming in made a nice play in the first inning. Judge walked in the first, and he's on deck. Rice holds on Bebas. Drill deep to right field. There it goes. See ya. Into the second deck. Home run number 9 for Grisham. 2-0 Yanks.
Boy, what a start Grisham has got off to. We always knew about his great defense, but boy, his offensive numbers so far this year have been incredible for the Yankees. And again, I think he just comes out of spring training hot and didn't have to sit and wait. Got an opportunity early and has made the most of it.
Nine home runs, 17 runs batted in. Judge swings through a breaking ball. They really can't keep him out of the lineup. So one day it could be Bellinger sitting. Today it's Dominguez sitting. They want Grisham in the lineup.
Well, you really do. I mean, his defense is phenomenal. He's a double gold glove winner back with the Padres back in 2020 and 22. So, you know, if he can add offense, well, you've got a true center fielder.
Now, he's always able to hit home runs, but while he was hitting home runs in San Diego, he was hitting about 200, not now.
Yeah, it was a breaking ball. It's really the first breaking ball he's hung out over the plate, and right off the bat, what a good feeling that is off the bat. Second deck,
He's hitting 301 now. That matches his total, the 9th home run from all of last year. High fly ball. Tatis. One down.
You see this breaking ball, and Grisham picks it up early and just waits, and boy, does that end up right where you want it. Kind of down and into a lefty in Yankee Stadium. Just goes down and gets it. Great swing.
There's Ben Rice. He doubled inside first in the first inning. And on that play, the throw to Bogarts got away just a little bit, and Judge tried to score, and Bogarts threw a strike to Elias and got thrown out at home.
A quick pitch there by Pivetta. Kind of caught Rice in between. Ended up being late.
One and two. That one is looped on the left side. Machado plays it on a hop, and we'll get Rice for out number 2.
I thought by letting this bounce, he might give Rice an opportunity, but he barehanded it, had plenty of time to get him at first base. Manny Machado's always been good defensively. You remember with Baltimore, came up as a shortstop, and then he's moved over to third base, but has always been gifted on the defense side of the ball.
Swing and a miss by Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt has a lot of experience against San Diego. 155 games. High fly ball. Tatis. And that'll do it. But the Yankees get 2 runs on the Grisham second deck home run. Grisham connects. 9th home run of the year. 2-0 Yankee lead. The New York Yankee Foundation's 50-50 raffle is now open. During every home game at Yankee Stadium, one lucky fan wins half the pot, and the other half is donated to the New York Yankees Foundation. Buy your tickets now at Yankees.com/5050. Luis Ariz will lead off. Yankees lead 2-0 here in the 4th on the Cadillac scoreboard. 1-0. Ariz, 28 years old, 7 big league season. And that one is driven to right field. Judge is there. 1 out here in the 4th.
Rodon has a great rhythm going, getting ahead of the hitters. This is another big inning for him with Ariz and Machado. 2, 3, 4 up in the lineup for the Padres.
Now, you look at Machado. I mean, we saw him as a kid, a teenager with the Orioles. Do you know that by the end of this month, he would have played more games for the Padres than he did for the Orioles?
Yeah, it's amazing. Once somebody leaves the American League East and you're an American League East fan, and we see him day in and day out, you just forget how long it's been.
Yeah, he played 860 games with the Orioles, and this is 843 tonight with the Padres. And you look at those numbers, he's probably going to the Hall of Fame.
He's had it. I mean, from day one, you knew his talent was there. And, you know, he could always hit, could always field.
In February of 2023, signed an 11-year, $350 million extension that goes through 2033, his age 41 season. Punched toward B-Bus. You see these contracts, Paul, and it's like teams are thinking, oh, guys don't age anymore.
Yeah, well, I think they're thinking, you know, we'll just eat the last 2 or 3 years, because basically, you know, you've got a window of opportunity here in San Diego with some really good players.
And I mean, they did it with Darvish.
Yeah.
They did it with Bogarts. They've done it with Manny. They did it with Tatis, although he's still young. And here's Bogarts.
I wonder if Ariz is going to be in their future, because he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year.
You know, when the owner Peter Seidler passed away, they decided they need to cut some payroll. That was one of the reasons they traded Juan Soto. So they got rid of Soto's contract and Grisham's. And, you know, there's many people in San Diego that believe that if Seidler had lived, now his family's running the team now, that he would have signed Soto.
So Seidler, he bought the team from Kroc? Because
I think there was an owner between.
Okay. Ray Kroc, obviously from McDonald's, right?
Yeah, he was beloved in San Diego. He spent a lot of his own money on that payroll, and that ballpark is filled all the time.
You know, we did the games there last year, and, you know, it's an exciting ballpark to play in. There was a lot of life. Obviously, that happens when the Yankees come on the road, but that was a nice series.
Paul really enjoyed it because A.J. Preller, the GM, big Paul O'Neill fan.
Oh, he's a big Yankee fan.
Yeah. Well, not this week.
No, kind of grew up in the 90s, you know, watching the Yankees win World Series.
Popped up. Who's going to get it? And no one. It drops between Peraza and Goldschmidt. Now, that's got to be a base hit for Bogaerts. Nobody touched that.
So Rodon's like, oh, I'll just catch it next time. But, you know, you're taught as a pitcher to kind of get out of the way. But the only problem that Rodon does not get out of the way. He just kind of stands there and kind of gets in the way.
Sounded like from up here, like Peraza called or said something. That's why Goldschmidt backed off. Pitch to Campusano. And he said, I'm going to get it next time. It is amazing how they freak out about pitchers catching pop-ups.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because you have no problem with a catcher. Okay? And it's much harder for a catcher than actually a pitcher to catch a pop-up. Getting rid of the equipment and turning your back, and, you know, the ball's actually coming back to you. It's a harder read.
The rain seems like it's getting a little harder right now. Grounded to third. Peraza the short way. Gets the force. That'll do it. No runs a hit. One man left. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Yankees up 2-0. It's time for the All-State Good Hands, and we saw this in the first inning. How about this play?
Now, Cody Bellinger has shown that he can play defense anywhere. Center field, well, this was in left field. A nice little sliding catch back in the first inning.
And he can play first, too. 3 positions that he's a plus defender. And he leads off. Cadillac scoreboard. Yankees lead 2-0. Bottom of the fourth inning. Now, as the rain continues to fall, it becomes important to get the top of the 5th inning in, because then it becomes an official game. And that would be huge for both teams. I mean, the team that loses doesn't like it, but you completely wasted a pitcher if you don't get an official game in.
Yeah, and then you're also looking, you know, at a doubleheader on Wednesday right before a travel day, which is, you know, not fun either.
Yeah, you look to the left field grandstand, the way the rain is falling, it almost looks like foggy old London. It's coming down, man. And there was a scary sight between innings. Now, Danny Cunningham is one of my favorite people in this ballpark. But when he comes out with that little...
it's just you start shaking.
Yeah, he's showing the umpires, like, where the rain's coming from, how heavy it's going to be.
Some people just don't show up with good news.
No, no. Nice play there by Wade. Took a base hit. Or did he? Well, Bellinger's safe. It might be an E4. He did take a base hit for sure away from him, but Bellinger running hard beats it out.
Well, again, Bellinger gets down the line pretty quick, and it should have been an easy tag, but by his speed, he was already by a rise.
He also caught the side of that bag, Paul. Lucky he didn't turn his ankle, and that's he's given a hit.
Yeah, that's the worst thing that you kind of worry about sometimes on wet nights, Michael, is, you know, you hit the bag wrong, you can slide, you can slip.
And people that don't know, the bag is like rubberized. It's not cloth, so you can slip on it if you spice it in a certain way. Bellinger goes, they throw to second, it goes into center field, but Bellinger stays put with the stolen base.
Again, you see him going down first base, avoiding the tag. He almost misses first base, but he did get out of the way of the tag, and then boom. Why not? Off to the races. Not able to pick up the ball early enough to cruise into third.
And that's no gimme because Elias throws out 42.9% of base steals, which is well above the major league average. 1-1 on Volpe. Is it tough to throw a ball that goes through the grass that's wet?
It is. I mean, you grab it sometimes almost as a palm ball because you're also natural of turning it, but when it's sopping wet, you know, every once in a while a ball can squirt out. Hey, Vinny, is there something we're missing over there? Just saying.
Popped up. And the catch made by Elias. One down. Another rain question. When you're catching a fly ball, a high pop-up, and the rain's coming down, does it get in your eyes?
You know what? I never remember that happening. You have the bill of the cap, and unless it's really pouring.
Right.
I never remember that really happening. It bugged you as a hitter with the raindrops more so than, no, that's a hat. I mean, had a slice of pizza on it earlier, and now it became a hat.
You know what? Dual purpose. Wells pops it up. We'll test that theory about raindrops.
A lot of looks right here, back and forth. Arrives as looking, you know, no, it seemed like Diaz didn't want it either.
Judge having a good time. You know, if you hit over 400, you have a good time.
It's just, you know, why not? Why not enjoy it? You're as good as he is. You better enjoy it when you're not hitting 400, too.
Two on Austin Wells, single to right in the second. Wells down on strikes.
This was almost a setup pitch, a high fastball way up in the strike zone to get back to the breaking ball, but Wells offered at it way underneath the baseball. You know how I say, Michael, when you hit one right on the screws, what a great feeling is. You know where it's going. Well, that's a bad feeling, too. When you swing and you feel no contact, no nothing, you know you're heading to the dugout.
One thing about the new rules in baseball, if a game is cut short before becoming official, let's say they put the tarp on now, they'd suspend the game and pick it up from there instead of starting over, but you still have to play the remainder of that game, essentially not a doubleheader, but a game and a half-header. So they want to make this official. If it gets to 5, top of the 5th inning, and the Yankees are leading and the Padres make 3 outs in this official game, you don't have to pick it up. Well, you look at Pavetta, his uniform is soaked. His hat is soaked. You know, you see the teams playing in this weather. It's not a surprise. They knew the weather was going to be like this. Major League Baseball wants to get this game in. And obviously, you're signing up when you play a game with rain in the forecast that you're going to play through weather like this.
But if you're Schilt on the other side, manager for San Diego, you've got a question in between innings. Are we just trying to get through 5?
Right.
I mean, it's not 8-0 here. It's 2-0 game.
Mm-hmm. And although you're committed to playing through rain, there comes a time, Paul, where the weather makes it unplayable.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really coming down pretty hard right now. And there is a walk to Peraza. And if you're Pavetta and if you're Rodon, it's not easy to pitch in this sort of weather. And it's not easy to manage in this sort of weather.
Well, you're starting to see water accumulate. And again, there's Danny Cunningham. I mean, what are you going to do?
Danny, go back inside. When he's up on the top step like that, it's not there. They're going to put the tarp on. As we said, they're committed to playing through weather, but then weather becomes so bad that it's just simply unplayable. So the home plate umpire is the crew chief. He's the one who called them out, and they are going to put the tarp on the field with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. This doesn't mean this game is going to be rained out, and as we mentioned, they would pick it up tomorrow. But the Yankees, if they decide to suspend the game, then they lose Rodon, who's pitching great. And the Padres lose Pavetta, and they're not going to pitch tomorrow. So there are ramifications if this is suspended until tomorrow. But they've covered the home plate, and they covered the pitcher's mound.
Let me go down and help them. Ever put a tarp on, Mike?
I would give it a shot, yeah. I don't know if these loafers would work.
Dapper suit down there, I'd love it.
I'd do it. I'm up for anything. Try anything new except food.
Yeah, I was going to say. Might throw an egg out there or something. You're out.
Well, the Yankees lead on the 2-run home run by Grisham. Rodon has been excellent. Pavetta makes that one mistake. And he gives up the 2-run home run to Grisham. So Danny Cunningham's great grounds crew is going to put the tarp on the field, cover it up, and hopefully the rain will subside. And the way Danny was showing Adrian Johnson the radar, there's probably another point where the rain will subside just a bit, and they'll be able to continue the game. But remember, once you put the tarp on, you got to take it off again and get the infield ready and all that. All right, on the other side, guys from the studio will take over. It's 2-0 Yankees, and we're in a rain delay here at the stadium.
Great to have you with us here on Yes, as the Yankees lead the Padres right now in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Couple outs in the inning, but the game, well, the rains were coming down, so umpires called for the tarp, and we are currently in a rain delay. Yankees leading the first of 3 games in this series against the Padres. Good to have you with us. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry in our Yes studio. And so far, so good for the Yankees. Really good pitching so far from Rodon to protect that 2-0 lead.
Right on the pregame, we talked about this titanic pitching matchup. You've got Rodon against Pavetta. You have the 2 pitchers in the major leagues who statistically are the most difficult to hit, lowest batting averages against them. And Rodon has come out, Bob, and the book that he is writing this year, he's just adding another chapter to it. The slider was good for him again. He used the fastball. He used the changeup. It is the different version of Rodon that the Yankees are so happy to see. When he got to the Yankees, he had just finished a season where he had thrown his fastball and his slider more than 90% of the time. Now he throws 5 different pitches, and Bob, he's more of a mystery to hitters.
When he came into this one, he was coming off an outing against Baltimore where he retired the first 15 batters that he faced, and he got off to a little bit of a run like that tonight against the Padres as well, who, as we know, are a star-laden team, Jack, with a lot of talent in that lineup. But Rodon making his 8th start of the season. He's been in a groove definitely the last 3, and he started off. There's that slider again.
Terrific slider to freeze Tatis. Machado, that's more of a back foot slider that he swings over. So 2 Ks in the inning, top of the 2nd. Camposano, I mean, you can't place a fastball any better than that. Bottom of the zone, top of the 3rd, former Yankee Wade. He tried to bunt twice, then he swings over that slider. Tatis comes up again. This time he elevates the fastball to get his 5th K. Now, this is just sloppy defense from the Yankee infield. Rodon's trying to say, I'm out, and nobody gets there quickly enough. Not Wells, not one of the corner infielders. And it looks as if Rodon said, I'm just going to take it next time, which would have been shrewd for him to do this time as well. But he makes sure that no harm, no foul, gets a ground out. Camposano for the next at-bat. That ball falling in front of the mound doesn't hurt the Yankees.
So far, 4 innings of shutout baseball. But, Jack, I'll add this, though. That ball falling in front of the mound. There are times when something like that can unnerve a pitcher, rattle him a little bit, get inside his head. Not Rodon, not tonight, not the way that he's been pitching. He, like you said, he just let it slide off his back.
That's always the fear if you're a manager or a pitching coach. A guy is rolling along so seamlessly. Don't have any sort of mishap or gaffe occur that is going to interrupt that flow. And in that situation, Rodon was part of it. Now, pitchers are taught, get out of the way. Let the other infielders, let the guys who actually get paid to catch the baseball for a living, let them make that play. But the first baseman and the third baseman collapsed on that, and the ball was just falling down. If you're Rodon at a certain point, he's a good athlete. I mean, he's playing at the major league level. That's why I think he said to Wells, I'm just going to take it the next time.
So a couple key plays in this game for the Yankees to help them. Well, one didn't help them get a lead, but they certainly pushed the issue. So, Jack, let's go back to these 2 big moments. And this one came in the bottom of the 1st. Yankees threatening. Judge is on first. Ben Rice knocks one into the corner. And when there's a little bit of a bobble by Bogaerts at second, Judge is going to race for home.
Yeah, there's a bit of a collision with Rice and Bogaerts. There's a loose ball. We talk about base runners getting a good read. Bob, I think Judge got a good read. I think what Judge did in this spot is what a savvy and a smart base runner should do. He was thrown out at the plate because Bogaerts recovered. This is a really good play by Bogaerts, and it's not so much that it was a great throw, Bob. It was that he got rid of the ball quickly.
It's got to make a play, and the Padres did. Nothing you can do about that one. It's not coming back.
Yeah, Grisham just continues to excel. We talked about him on our pregame. He went down and got that sweeper from Pivetta. The sweeper has been a terrific pitch for Pivetta this season. We're seeing that the umpires are now saying, Johnson, the plate umpire, saying, get that tarp. But before we get that tarp, Bob, I got to give you this stat. 9 homers for Grisham in 93 plate appearances. Last year, he had 9 in 209 plate appearances.
And you take a look at Grisham, those are those numbers. 9 homers so far this season, 9 all of last year. And we had this conversation on the pregame because it was asked of Aaron Boone about 4 talented, quality outfielders, healthy right now, ready to play. He's got to find a spot for 3 of them on any given night, not 4. And he's got to find a way to get Grisham some run just because of the way he's been hitting.
Yeah, Aaron Boone is going to continue to be asked that question. And you look at Jason Dominguez, you want a young player to play. You don't want a young player to not be out there, not getting those reps. But in this instance, how do you rest Trent Grisham? How do you take his bat out of the lineup? He has been so productive this year for the Yankees. And as far as what Grisham has been able to do, Bob, I want to go back to something he said in interviews in the first week of the season. Unsolicited a couple times, he talked about the mental side of the game. And players will tell you the physical side is one thing, the mental side is the other thing. He did not play as much as I think he anticipated last year. I think coming into this year, he decided that he was going to make sure that the mental side side of his game was always going to be ready to go. Well, the physical side is now at a terrific level, and so, of course, mentally and confidence-wise, he must feel great.
A couple weeks ago, you were at the stadium. You did a breakdown of his swing with him. What is it in the swing that we saw? It is kind of a chop. What is it about that swing that's so effective for him?
Well, what we also have to point out first and foremost is that Trent Grisham holds his thumbs pointing upward on a baseball bat, which you rarely see any player do. He started doing that at a younger age, Bob, because he said the bat would wobble in his hand, and the coach said, why don't you put your thumbs out like that? So for him, that gave him some comfort, and that gave him some strength. And I think to your point about sort of the chop, I think it gave him a quick strike ability. He lashes at the ball. He's got great bat speed with a very distinctive and unusual way of holding the bat.
So here's where we're at in this game, bottom of the fourth inning, and we saw that when they put the tarp on the field, the fact that the forecast said there was about 15 more minutes of rain. So that is dissipating. They're pulling the tarp off the field. So this will be a short rain delay. And that's good for a variety of reasons. You want the players, every one of them, to be engaged. You don't want to lose the starting pitchers either.
Bob, I'd love to look at you or the camera when I'm answering some of your questions, but right now I'd love to just look behind me and see that, because that is a terrific sight, and that's a terrific sight for all involved. The Yankees did not want this delay to extend to a point where suddenly you don't have Rodon anymore. Rodon is pitching very well in this game, and I'm sure the Padres feel the same way about Pivetta. Yes, Grisham took him deep with that one sweeper, but Pivetta, it was a struggle in that last inning. I cannot remember the last time I saw a starting pitcher looking for a dry spot on his uniform pants to rub off his hand before he could throw a ball. So the umps stopping it when they did. Let's hope it gets resumed quickly, which it looks like it will. Yep. And let's hope no more stoppages.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We got more coming up. We'll wait this thing out as they reset the field in the Bronx. So stick around here on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. Field crew hard at work at Yankee Stadium. Agent down on the mound in the home plate area as we get set to restart at Yankee Stadium with the Yanks leading the Padres 2-0 in the bottom of the fourth inning. A man on and a couple outs in the inning. Good to have you back once again, Bob and Jack, with you. And Jack, it's interesting when you look at this series because we know over a year ago the trade to get Juan Soto from San Diego sent a lot of talent out to San Diego. Tomorrow we've got Clark Schmidt against the former Yankee Michael King. But even in tonight's game, you see the imprint of the Yankees all over it.
Right, Bob. As you're looking at the lineups for the two teams tonight, you see all of the areas that the Yankees scouting department has touched. Now, obviously, we expected on the Yankees side, we know about Judge and Volpe and Wells and Ben Rice. Peraza was an international free agent. But let's look at the San Diego side as well. Wade drafted the same year as Judge. Lockridge drafted a year before Volpe. And when these players get to the major leagues, Bob, we should never forget how many different people helped that along the way. There were scouts who had to file scouting reports, and then there were people who had to say, I think this is the player we should take in that round. So I think about someone like Damon Oppenheimer, the vice president on the Yankee amateur side, and all the people that he works with and who work for him. A night like tonight, of course they want the Yankees to win, but they're probably watching this with a little extra pride, all of the people who had an impact in getting all of those players to the major league level.
And also because we had this conversation about outfielders before, knowing there are guys on the bench right now that's probably going to see over the course of the next two games, Cabrera and certainly Jason Dominguez.
Right, Jason Dominguez, someone that the Yankees signed for over $5 million, someone they have talked about, and who has had a nice start to his season. He's still trying to figure things out from the right side. Cabrera, as soon as he got to the major league level, showing his versatility and the ability to play so many different positions, and now holding down third base for a lot of this season. You know there's a separation between the amateur side and the professional side, but as you watch these players ascend, I can only think of the word pride when I think of how many people were involved in getting them there.
And while we wait for tonight's game to restart, we can also look ahead to tomorrow's game. Again, pitting former teammates, Clark Schmidt against Michael King. We know that King, since joining San Diego, well, he was with the Yanks as a elite reliever and then starter, but he's been an elite starter for San Diego so far. 4-1 this season, an ERA just above 2. And earlier today, our Justin Shackle had the chance to catch up with King in the Padres clubhouse.
Michael, you have excelled for almost going on 2 years now as a very successful starting pitcher in this league. What has that success done for you in terms of your everyday approach as a starting pitcher and your confidence when you're standing on that mound?
Yeah, I guess it's huge. It's like the chicken or the egg. What comes first, success or confidence? I think I always felt like I was healthier as a starting pitcher because you have those 4 days off in between where you can make sure your body recovers. I also, I'm a big scouting report guy, and as a reliever, I have to go over all 12, 13 guys that are on the roster just because I have no idea who I'm going to face. But then you get the 9 on start day. So I think there were a lot of things that I felt like I was really good at that matched up with a starting pitcher's routine. And yeah, so far so good. But obviously a long way to go.
What was it like walking through the stadium and into the visiting clubhouse as a visitor?
I didn't know where to go. Yeah, I had a bunch of guys around me, and they're like, well, "You don't wait for the home clubhouse; you got to wait for the visitor clubhouse." So, I mean, it's really cool. Obviously, it's a historic place and franchise, and I have yet to face them, but it'll be very fun tomorrow.
How do you think this series is going to feel? Like any other start, or is there something? Is there going to be something extra that's burning inside you?
I'd lie to you if I said I didn't have as a little bit more adrenaline in this one, but yeah, it's I can't let the hype get to me because I still got a job to do, and it's a phenomenal lineup over there. So I gotta channel that adrenaline and make sure that I can have some success.
What will it be like staring down Aaron Judge from the pitcher's mound?
Yeah, I faced him in a couple IBPs like in 2021. But I think that's it. I don't think I faced him since then. So it'll be fun. I mean, best hitter in baseball. Doesn't really have holes, so it's all about sequencing and hoping I can just miss a barrel.
I know you were asked a lot about this in spring training. I know it's far down the road. I know that you're fully ingratiated into this talented clubhouse here, but free agency does await at the end of the season. If you do hit free agency, could you see a scenario where if the Yankees call, you pick up?
I mean, of course. Once you get to free agency, that's kind of what I'll start thinking about, more things like that where I can see myself, where I would fit in. But I know I said it in spring. I got to focus on winning today, helping team out in any way I possibly can, and doing the same thing tomorrow. So hopefully by the end of it, I can have all 30 teams calling me. But for now, I got the Padres that I got to make sure I give a lot of wins to. Michael.
Well, he's been doing a great job for the Padres, and you do have to look forward to that matchup tomorrow night. First time, well, any time he faces Aaron Judge.
Yeah, you have King going out there against Schmidt. They were former minor league teammates and friends, so you start with that. But I love listening to Michael King talk about the game. You just see the enthusiasm and the effervescence that he has about pitching and about competing. He was that way when he was with the Yankees, and he would pester Aaron Boone, Bob, about getting out of the bullpen and giving starting a try, and I can do this, and I can do this. And when he finally got the opportunity, he proved that he could do it. But guess what? It also made him very valuable, and he became a valuable commodity when the Yankees were trying to acquire a generational hitter in Soto. King was the centerpiece of that. He's found a home in San Diego where they're 22-11. Their pitching is what has guided them. And I'm glad Justin asked him about free agency. And, yeah, he's got a whole season left to play, but he is going to be a very desirable starting pitcher on the free agent market. And I do wonder about the Yankees' interest level. They know him very well. We'll see how everything shakes out with them, but it's a pitcher that I think is going to have a very bright future wherever he lands.
It was interesting to hear him articulate, because he was always like, look, just pitch me. I'll be a reliever. I'll do whatever you need. But to hear him articulate why he thinks he's better as a starter in terms of routine, in terms of getting his body right in the 4 days between starts. So you don't normally kind of hear that articulated like he did.
Also, scouting reports. If you're a reliever, you have an idea of who you might face that night, but if the game tilts in another direction, your manager might bring you in for the 2, 3, and 4 hitters when you thought you might be facing the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. As a starter, he knows who he's facing. He knows who's in the Yankee lineup, so he's had a few days to think about how he's going to approach those hitters. So I agree with you. I always thought that King was very articulate. He was another version of Garrett Cole, who when he talked about pitching, you listened because you not only got his perspective on the way he had felt that night, but a lot of wisdom on just the whole art of pitching.
And we would be remiss if we didn't bring up the fact that Clark Schmidt is going tomorrow. He's kind of back on that build-up process. You feel like that's where he's at right now still.
I do, and I think Clark Schmidt is, again, this season trying to show the Yankees, now that he's back and now that he's a full pitcher for them, that he can go deep into games. That's what the Yankees need to see.
All right, so that's tomorrow, but let's get back to tonight at our ball game in the Bronx. Back to Michael and Paul, guys.
All right, thank you, Bob and Jack. So the Padres have retaken the field. So let me walk you through this. They weren't warming up in the bullpen, but each team has a full mound and a batting practice facility behind the clubhouse. So this isn't like the old in the clubhouse. So this isn't like the old days where you'd see them warming up. They have been warming up, and it might take a couple of innings away from Pivetta and Rodon because they get them up and down and throw what essentially would be an inning. So they might be leaving some pitches on that mound behind the dugout.
Sure, I think both pitchers obviously will start. And talk about the old, this was like the real old days. I looked down, Pivetta was warming up in front of the dugout like Bob Feller used to. It was just from way of the old days.
So it looks like, what would it be, James, about 20, 25 minutes? Because there's a certain time limit where they will not bring a pitcher back. But I think because of the dugouts behind the facilities, or the bullpens behind the facilities, that has been stretched a little bit more. But if it's like an hour delay, they're a little bit reluctant. Right now it's 27 minutes since the tarp was put on, and give more kudos to the Yankee grounds crew because they got that tarp off quickly and got the field in playing condition.
Yeah, it was amazing because after the downpour, it subsided pretty quick.
Yep.
And usually it takes a half an hour or so to get the tarp and the field ready. But you're right, they got it together quick.
Well, here's the situation. When last we spoke, it was first and second with 2 men out and Bebos at the plate. Pavetta's still on the mound. The Yankees lead 2-0. The runs came in the third inning. A walk to Bebos to start off the third, and then Trent Grisham tattooed a ball into the second deck in right field, his 9th home run of the year, matching last year's total, a 2-run blast, and the Yankees still hold on to that 2-0 lead and looking for a little bit more here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, you get 2 outs, but you got an opportunity here right out of the gate to try to put some more across the board. But Rodon has been so good that the 2 runs have held the lead.
All right, so Bebos had not seen a pitch in this at-bat when the tarp came on. First and second, 2 men out. Here's Bebos against Pivetta, and let's do it again here in the Bronx. Rip foul.
Wow.
Came out swinging.
Right out of the rain delay. What'd you say, 27 minutes? Hadn't had a bat in his hand and was hacking on pitch 1.
So it's officially a 28-minute rain delay. 28 minutes. Bellinger at second. Peraza at first. 0-2. Now, we told you that, if the game was not able to be played, it would be picked up at this point tomorrow. But once it gets to the top of the 5th inning, if the Yankees are leading and they 3 outs, then it becomes an official game. As Bebos swings and misses, and that will do it here in the 4th. No runs a hit and 2 men left. We go to the 5th inning, 2-0 Yanks. We go to the 5th. We take a look at the pitching decision presented by Sage, and Rodon's been good.
He's been really good with the breaking ball there. Another good slider down and in. And don't forget, he's got that good fastball up and into Tatis. 5 strikeouts so far on the night. No runs. No walks. Great performance so far.
Well, his last 9.5 ERA. And now 4 shutout innings without a walk and 5 strikeouts for Rodon. Gonzalez will lead off the 5th inning. 2-4-0 for the Yanks, 0-2-0 for the Padres. And a strike from Rodon. One and one. Gonzalez, Diaz, and Wade bottom in the 5th inning against Rodon. Good changeup, 1-2.
Now, you don't have to throw it a lot, but you have to show it, and you have to show it, you know, early in the count and late in the count, so hitters have it in the back of their mind.
Fly ball. Grisham in right center. One down. So here's Diaz. One of the 2 hits against Rodon, a single right in the third. That was actually the first base runner against Rodon. Popped up on the right side. A long run for Judge, and he's there to make the play.
Well, it's always good to see a pitcher after a break come out, get a couple easy outs.
You have to be extra careful running on a field like this, like that.
You know, it just depends on. And early in the game, I kind of said, you know, guys look like they're full bore. It's not. You start tippy-toeing when you feel the, you know, the wet. But it, you know, this field really takes a lot of water.
I mean, in the initial beginning of the game delay, you know, they take the tarp off and they dump it all in left field. And you see this big lake there, and then you look up 4 or 5 minutes later, it's gone. This field really drains well. They used to dump it in right field, Paul.
Yeah, they did, and I just slopped right through it. They didn't have the drains in the old days. Two and one. Wade struck out in the third. The lefty deals. Chop foul. Another foul ball, 2-2. Popped up. And Peraza makes the play. 1-2-3 inning for Rodon. And it is now an official game at the end of 4.5. Yankees lead by 2. Yankees baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Learn more at genesis.com. By Optimum Fiber. Get Optimum, the fastest fiber internet. Don't take slow for an answer. And by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. All right, we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be the top of the Yankee order. Grisham, Judge, and Rice against Nick Pivetta. Yankees lead 2-0 on the Grisham 2-run home run in the 3rd inning. Yankees have 4 hits. The Padres have 2. First game of this 3-game set. Padres' second best record in baseball. Half game behind the Dodgers. 1-0 to Grisham. Yuki Matsui, one of the 3 lefties, warming up for the Padres. You know, as we sit here in the newest iteration of Yankee Stadium, on this date in 1922, construction began on the original Yankee Stadium. And this is the stunning part to me.
It took only 284 days to build, and it opened on time, April 18th, 1923.
For opening day.
Yeah.
Can't get a shed in the backyard. 88 days.
You got to get permits, the whole deal. And a walk to Grisham. And that's going to bring up Judge. Judge has walked. And Sky to right. And that could be it for Pivetta. Although it's the pitching coach, Ruben Niebla, who's going to come out and talk. So he will keep Pivetta in. It's the manager, Mike Schilt, that does make the...
After the rain delay, I just wanted to remind him who number 99 was. You know, you remember this guy at the plate. He can do a few things.
Right. He's the reigning MVP, so be careful with him. So here's Judge. Hits shortly in Bogarts Fields. Second one. On to first. It's a double play. Oh, whatever Niebla said, it resonated. Judge hit it hard. Right at Bogarts.
You see Bogarts, I mean, all the way to his knees, but a good throw to Wade, and then an easy double play.
So here's Ben Rice. He's 1 for 2. Doubled in the first. And then grounded to third in the third. So how about this, Paul? Rice is one of 6 of the 18 starters in this game that were drafted and signed by the Yankees. Judge, Wells, Volpe, Rice, and for San Diego, Wade and Lockridge. And tomorrow, you're going to have Schmidt versus King on the mound.
Both Yankees, huh?
Developed by the Yankees. High pop-up. Wade makes the play, and that'll do it in the 5th. We move to the 6th inning. It's 2-0 Yanks.
Bob Lorenz with your Audi update. Dodgers and Marlins tonight. Top of the 3rd. Freddie Freeman off Sandy Alcantara. A 2-run shot, his 7th of the year. And then top of the 5th, Shohei Ohtani. Booms one out to right, his 9th of the year. Dodgers up 5-0 at that point. They go on to beat the Marlins 7-4. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Bob. Shota Imanaga exited yesterday's game. Left hamstring strain. He's pitched great this year for the Cubs. Javier Baez having a renaissance season. Last 8 games red hot. And there's another Boone back in baseball. Brett Boone comes from being a podcast host to taking over as the hitting coach for the Texas Rangers. And there's the strike to Lockridge. Brett was a pretty good hitter in his day.
Yeah, he had that one remarkable season out in Seattle.
Lockridge, fly ball to right center. And Grisham smoothly puts it away. Back at the top of the order, and Fernando Tatis Jr.
Too many center fielders look so nonchalant that just make it look easy. I mean, Grisham.
He's definitely one of them. Swing and a miss on the change. One and one. Rodon deals. That was a strike.
Well, he has really mixed things up well to Tatis today. I mean, first time up, strikeout, breaking ball. Second time, fastball up and in. Too much change up in this count. Just nothing for him to sit on.
Fly ball right field. Two away. So here's a rise. We're in the sixth inning. It's 2-0 Yanks. Dialed away. It does tell you something about where baseball is. A guy like Arise would have been so much more valued in the old days. It doesn't seem like average is a big deal. He doesn't give you a lot of power, and he doesn't fit the profile of what baseball wants, power hitting players.
Right, analytics hate him, but I mean, you know what? To guys like him and Quan from Cleveland, I mean, these guys that get on base and score runs, it's a big part of the game in my mind. Still, you put him in front of, you know, where he's doing here when Tatis, and you put him in front of Aaron Judge, you'd score 150 runs.
Let's take a look at all of his hits on StatCast 3D by Google Cloud. So he goes the other way a lot. His home runs obviously are pulled. The 3 home runs to right field. Center field, left field. He uses a foul line to foul line.
You know what kind of hurt him, Michael, if you think of it, is he was a middle infielder. And, you know, if he's a good middle infielder, he is a bonus because he can hit. But, you know, now you had to move him to first base where, you know, it's a position where you need, you know, offensive production and power.
And he's also hurt that he's not a great defender wherever they put him. Popped up shallow center. Grisham's there to make the play. And the Padres go down in order. 6 strong shutout innings for Rodon. The Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Ford stores. Ford is proud to be the official SUV of the Yankees. And by Delta, the official airline of the New York Yankees. Delta, keep climbing. A strong 6 for Rodon. Nobody warming in the bullpen. He has been brilliant against the Padres. Now bottom of the 6th inning. Goldschmidt, Bellinger, and Volpe against Pivetta, who's actually pitched well as well. Let's take a look at the leaders brought to you by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. 156 games for Goldschmidt against the Padres. 304, 25 home runs, 97 runs batted in, and an OPS of 950. And Pivetta deals. Grounded left side, a base hit. So Goldschmidt picks up a leadoff single here in the 6th.
Yeah, other than home run, both pitchers have really had stress-free innings. And right here, Goldschmidt doesn't let that first fastball go out. You see, kind of spin his tires there in the batter's box, getting out. But good way to start the 6th there.
And that's going to do it for Pivetta. Mike Schilt will call to the bullpen with Cody Bellinger due up. So they bring in the lefty, Matsui. We'll be back. Well, this year marks Yogi Berra's 100th birthday. The Yankees have a special giveaway to help commemorate it. On Friday, June 6th, the first 18,000 guests will receive a special Yogi Berra U.S. Navy bobblehead that recognizes his military service, courtesy of State Farm. Tickets are going fast, so get your tickets today at Yankees.com. Bellinger against Matsui. And we told you Bellinger hits left-handers. He's 8 for 24. That's .333 against lefties. And Matsui strikes out left-handers at a 42% clip. 19 strikeouts in 14 innings. Goldschmidt at first. He singled against Pivetta to knock Pivetta out of the game. Remember players that had violent swings like this, Paul?
You know what? You can tell, even in batting practice. I mean, he does. He puts everything into it, and you know, it's almost like the pitching now, where you know they're it's all or nothing. Throw 100 or nothing. It's just 100%.
Anybody you recall swung like that?
There were, I mean, some back leg swingers. You know, Beltray used to swing like that a little bit on certain pitches. But one thing you watch, Bellinger, he does make adjustments as the count goes in the pitcher's favor.
3-1 is not in favor right now. And he drills that one foul to right. So Goldschmidt can run a little bit. Do they send him on 3-2?
Well, against a lefty, you know what? You really have to think that he's not going to get a good jump. So you probably just hold him right there. And that's why he's off to the races.
Right side. Wade in foul territory will make the catch for the first out. Hey, it's time for Name That Yankee, brought to you by Prevagen. Made for your brain. All right, this is considered a 2, Paul. 283, 3,110 hits, 223 stolen bases, 7 Gold Gloves, and I'll give you a hint. Hall of Famer.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I think he played for both. Yeah, he did. He played for both these teams.
There's Anthony Volpe, 0 for 2. Runner goes. Pitches high. Throw to second. Not in time. Goes into center field. Popping up and going to third is Goldschmidt. So a stolen base in an E2.
Well, this is why I love the pop-up slide, as you said, Michael. Watch as he goes in. He gets a great jump. Went on first movement, but he pops up and he can read it. Head first slide, you got no chance. Goldschmidt pops up, cruises into third. That's the problem with this day and age. Catchers taught to throw the ball up the line so the runner, you can tag before he gets there.
And that makes the Padres bring the infield in with 1 out. That'll be a stolen base in an E2. 2-0 on Anthony. Popped to short, fouled out to the catcher. The 2-0. 3-0 on Volpe. Had the lefty swinging Wells on deck. The pitch. Turned him loose. High fly ball left field. He's going to get a run in. Gonzalez will make the catch. Tagging is Goldschmidt. And he scores standing. A sac fly for Volpe. They gave him the green light on 3-0. And it's 3-0 ends.
Well, very surprised he got that good of a pitch, 3-0 to hit. Because obviously with Wells coming to the plate now, it's a good matchup for Matsui. But a good job by Goldschmidt. Kind of a sneak steal. Ended up at third base on the overthrow. Yankees have stolen a run.
Here's Wells. Now, by the way, Paul, Goldschmidt can run. That stolen bases is 171st. That's the sixth most by a first baseman since 1920. Guys who have played 50% or more of their career games at first base. Cruz first, George Sisler second, Jeff Bagwell third, Bill Buckner fourth, Joe Kuell fifth, and Paul Goldschmidt sixth.
You know what surprised me more than Goldschmidt? Bill Buckner.
Bill Buckner.
Huh?
Before he hurt his legs, he could run. Two and two. Peraza on deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Yankees lead 3-0. Fly ball, center field. Lockridge will put it away for the final out. The Yankees get a run on 1 hit, 1 error, nobody left. We'll go to the 7th. Yankees up 3-0. Well, fans, check out some great new original shows on Yes. This Tuesday, catch the next edition of Home Plate New York as Yankees GM Brian Cashman and his daughter Gracie enjoy a meal at Chaz Palminteri's restaurant in Midtown. And speaking of Gracie Cashman, she's the host of The Story of My Number, which premieres on Wednesday, May 14th, with an episode featuring Anthony Volpe. Great outing at this point by Rodon. He comes out and pits the 7th. 3-0 Yankee lead, and the pitch to Machado is high. Fernando Cruz heating up. Fly ball, right field, Judge. 1 out. Last 7 outs, all have been in the air.
Nothing hit hard, though. Nothing off the bat where he was like, wow, that might be going. It's just he has been so good tonight in staying away from the middle of the plate, mixing his pitches much better. We talked about there's 3 outings before this game. Well, this is just as good. So 4 consecutive starts. Rodon has been unbelievably good.
All the way to the backstop to Bogarts, 1-0. Pitch count's in great shape. 86 pitches, 1 out to the 7th. Talking a little bit to the baseball.
He was telling himself to stay back. Felt like he rushed that one, and you said it all the way to the screen.
You did a lot of talking to yourself, right?
Self doesn't listen all the time, though, Michael. It was really weird. Sometimes I had a really good message, and it just
wasn't sinking in. Double-barreled action for the Padres. There's ball 4. 4 pitches. Bogarts on with 1 out here in the 7th. Matt Blake will go and talk with Rodon. Give Cruz a little bit more time to warm.
A fast and reliable connection backed by a 100% U.S.-based workforce. So you get the best customer service experience possible. Spectrum.
So the conference over. You look up at the board, 2 hits. And that walk, Paul, is the first one allowed by Rodon. He's just been outstanding today.
Yeah, he's yet to have an inning where it's been over 20 pitches. So it's just been a very, very controlled start. He had 83 pitches to start this inning. Now ready to throw his 90th.
Oh, more on Campusano. Now, you might hear the crowd cheering in the background, and what's going on is that the Knicks have just beaten the Celtics by 3 in overtime. So they're following it on their phone while they're sitting here watching the Yankees. So the Knicks take game 1 of their best-of-7, where they are heavy underdogs, and they win by 3 points in overtime. So congratulations to the Knicks.
That's why you got to play the games, Michael. Were they 9 or 10 point underdogs?
9.5 today, yep. Welcome those that were watching the Knick game on TNT. We'll recap. A couple of rain delays at the start and in the 5th inning, but the Yankees lead 3-0. A 2-run home run by Grisham. A sac fly by Volpe. Outstanding pitching by Rodon, and we're in the 7th. 2-2 count, 1 out, runner on first. Chop the 3rd. He hesitated. And because of the hesitation, doesn't get the double play.
I didn't think he thought he had a play at second base, and then obviously not a good jump, was still able to get the lead out. Look, this is a chopper where a lot of times you just go, but then he realized that I got plenty of time to still get the out at second base. And that's a big play. Now we're Rodon still with 2 outs, man on first. Nobody really in scoring position right now.
Here's Gonzalez. Time call. Abibas into right center. Grisham fields, will fire into second, moving to third, Campusano. So Gonzalez picks up a single, just the 3rd hit for the Padres. Now runners first and third, 2 outs.
Wow, this was a bullet. He really had no opportunity, and now Aaron Boone is going to try to save this by going to the bullpen. But a phenomenal job by Rodon again.
Hit sharply, and Bibas could not come up with it. So that knocks Rodon out of the game. 3 hits. He gets a big hand from the crowd. Yankees go to the bullpen.
That, we're back, and we're going to look at Carlos Rodon and what he did to a good San Diego lineup. And a good stuff work, a good slider, good fastball. Mixed in enough changeups. No runs on the board to his credit to this point. Let's see if Cruz can get out of this.
Outstanding line, 4th straight great start by Rodon. Now the runners on the corners, they're certainly his responsibility as they turn to Fernando Cruz. He leads All-American relievers in strikeouts, 28 and 18 in 2/3 innings. And, you know, he gets ahead with his fastball, puts people away with really a filthy splitter. And he is going to face the pinch hitter Gavin Sheets instead of Diaz. Sheets off to a good start. Splitter misses, 1-0.
Well, Sheets a lot of power, so you want to try to get ahead, obviously, and get him out of the strike zone.
And that one gets away from Wells. Here comes the runner. The ball's right there. He's out. Campusano took a chance. The ball did not get far enough away from Wells. And the 3rd out has made it home.
Wow, I tell you what, Wells is very fortunate. I thought this ball was going to go to the screen. Obviously, that's always a concern with Cruz on the mound. But boy, what a break. He got enough on it to keep it in front of him. He found it. Plenty of time to get that 3rd out. What a break for the Yankees.
Well, you have a pinch hitter up, and you make the third out at home. All right, at the end of 6.5 time for the stretch, Yankees lead 3-0, but we'll stay right here as they honor America in the Bronx.
Time for your Ford Studio Update. Bob and Jack with you. Less than ideal conditions tonight, but Carlos Rodon completely ideal for the Yankees.
Yeah, command performance from Rodon, Bob. Until that final inning, he did not allow a runner to even reach scoring position for the Padres. The slider was terrific again today. Across his last 4 starts, he's got a 0.70 earned run average. Those are ace-like numbers. The Yankees are happy to see it.
We're going to hear from Rodon, Aaron Boone, and much more coming up on the postgame. Look forward to seeing you then.
Thank you, guys. Bob and Jack have been doing yeoman work today with the rain delays, so we thank them. 3-5-0 for the Yanks, 0-3-1 for the Padres. Pivetta pitched 5. Bogarts 1 for 2 with a walk. Rodon 6 2/3 brilliant innings. Trent Grisham a 2-run home run. 28-minute pregame rain delay, and then, you know, for good measure, 28-minute mid-game rain delay.
I like the long rain delays. I just get to spend a little more extra time on it.
I love it. Yep. Maldonado takes over behind the plate, and Ryan Berger takes over on the mound. One and one now on Peraza. You know, the weather's fine now, so they certainly have played through the rain, and it looks like it's clear at this moment. Grounded to third, Machado backs up, shows that strong arm, and gets Peraza 1 away.
Well, you know, the weather report's not great tomorrow. Maybe we just play a double dip. It's getting nice now, right?
You know what? I'm up for as much baseball as possible.
We're already here, right?
Here is Bibas. Devin Williams up for the Yankees. It's funny, if Cruz doesn't pitch the 8th inning, his out was achieved on the bases.
Yeah.
Certainly loses his helmet a lot.
He needs a double chin strap on that thing. It won't stay on. But you see, he wraps, you know, right before the pitch comes, he really wraps his hands and brings them back where it makes his swing a little bit longer. Has been able to catch up to some of those high fastballs. You see where his hands are there, and then he's even going to go back farther, which makes that swing just a little bit longer. And again, not able to catch up.
Well, let's check out the T-Mobile coverage cam. And Giancarlo Stanton working out earlier.
In the rain.
So that means his legs are feeling better, because that was an issue. Obviously, the elbows are what have kept him off the active roster, and he's starting to take live BP, so it's getting closer. Grisham had a home run in the third. We take a look at the exit velocity on that. It's presented by Spectrum. 102.7. And that was the exit velo. Travel 390 feet.
Now that's impressive. Did you see the graphic? We had rain on the graphic.
It was graphic rain.
That's impressive. Not everybody can do that kind of stuff, Mike.
Ripped foul. Look at that guy.
Is that the Grisham mustache?
I guess so. Paul, that's about as close to being an illegal shift that Bogart's doing behind second base, and I think Grisham is saying it too.
He said something because out of the corner of your eye when you're looking at the pitcher, you could see the middle infielder, and you know, if you look at it, his right foot's on the other side of second base.
Yeah, that is really close. The umpires are not addressing it. But when the pitch is delivered, it's very close before the pitch is delivered, and then when the pitch is delivered, he is on the second base side of the bag.
I think he was just told to move over a little bit, and he did. And then he starts cheating back over.
If defenses are going to continue to do that, there's going to be a pizza slice that's cut out there with chalk lines. I'm telling you, that's the only way to stop it. Fly ball, left center. Lockridge puts it away. And the Yankees go down in order against Berger, and we go to the 8th. So, now it's time to name that Yankee. This one's fairly easy. You see the clues. Hall of Famer. Started with the Padres, went to the Yankees. Won a World Series at the Twins. It's Winnie, Dave Winfield.
Yeah, Winnie was the man, too, for a long time in the MLB. I mean, if you didn't get to know the San Diego Padres, you knew Dave Winfield. Ouch. Don Zimmer used to tell stories. He was a big part of making sure that Dave Winfield got a shot to come to the major leagues without the minor leagues. I mean, he was so athletic. He could have played in 3 sports professionally. Yep.
Well, Devin Williams takes over to start the 8th. Now, as a result of Campusano getting thrown at home, they wasted Gavin Sheets. They never got him to swing. You see what Williams has done. 3 consecutive scoreless appearances as a setup man. And then Maldonado took over, so now it's Maldonado, a much weaker hitter than Gavin Sheets that's up right now.
Yeah, we were saying what a huge break. And, you know, a lot happened with Wells being able to block that ball and then find it quick enough to make an easy tag out at home plate and get out of that jam.
So Williams gets ahead, and that's the key. 1-2. Swing and a miss. The airbender. 1 away. And that's a 6th Yankee strikeout. It's brought to you by Audi and the 2025 Audi Q6. Visit your local Tri-State Audi dealer today.
Well, the 6th strikeout came on a really good changeup or screwball, whatever you want to call it. He really gets on top of it and really gets side spin. So you get kind of a ton of movement and less velocity.
Yeah, guys, Aaron Boone was saying on Friday after Williams' last appearance, he's liking how Devin is getting after the strike zone, doing a good job of mixing the fastball with that changeup, the airbender, like you mentioned, Michael. And he said, as I've said, the guy's great. And that didn't go away because he had a couple of bad outings in a new home. It's just about getting more consistent in the strike zone, which he's done here.
Now, he switched up the arsenal just a little bit. He's throwing the fastball more than the change, and that's allowing him to get ahead, which makes the change a much more effective weapon. It's starting to rain again here at the stadium. There's a strike with the fastball.
We had a picture earlier in the game, Michael, and we get pictures of parents with their children at a game, and they're always so cute. But tonight it was terrible. It was pouring down rain. The baby's screaming, crying, just getting soaked.
Three and two on Tyler Wade. See that? That little baby's happy. Hey, they're at a ball game. When you're that age, that's the main thing is the main thing. Kids are affected less by weather than adults.
Yes.
That one just misses as Wade works a walk against Devin Williams. Bullpen budget brought to you by Citizens. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Carrasco, well, he wasn't going to pitch out of the bullpen anyway. He was going to be skipped over this time around because of the rain out. And then Tyler Matzik, so he's not available. Everybody else is.
Grisham keeps hitting those home runs. You're going to see a lot more of those mustaches. I saw a few in the tunnel today. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I saw some of the Yankee employees with him on.
The Yankees had him on, too.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do the Open tomorrow with one.
I've never been able to grow one.
So they'll give you a fake one.
Yeah, just tape one on.
Wade kind of crawled back in the mud. You know what? Luka Kuz is going to be able to get that out.
No doubt about it. No problem.
It's funny, Paul, because my kids, Little League uniform gets filthy. Because he'll slide even when he doesn't have to.
Exactly.
And Jody tries her best, and it's hard to get it on. And I asked Lou, is there something that he goes, different formulas for every type of stain.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, well, that's not happening.
Like you don't have the one for clay, the one for dirt.
No, Charlie's playing with a dirty uniform.
Yeah.
That one is looped, and a base hit on a broken bat into center field. So Lockridge reaches first and second with one man out.
Well, after the walk, then you get a bad luck hit, and this is what happens. Things kind of complicate themselves. Tyler Wade, you walked him, and now a good fastball right in on the hands. Broken bat, yep, the base hit also.
So Luke Weaver heating up. Swung on and missed.
He's challenged a lot of people with fastballs early in the count, but not Tatis. Good changeup to start the count.
Tatis has 8 home runs. He's the tying run at the plate right now, 1-1 with one out. A rise on deck. Change up for strike, 1-2.
Wow, there's 3 consecutive changeups. So you see the respect that he has for Tatis Jr. And this is a good one here. Good location, everything.
Came back. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. 4 straight changes. And Tatis is thrown out of the game. Must have said something about that strike 2 changeup.
Yeah, he must have. You know, it's frustrating as a hitter when you think you have something called against you, and then you see the manager's going to come out and try to protect him, but he obviously said something. There's a few words you just can't use, and he was thrown immediately.
Schilt just threw the lineup sheets and his glasses.
Let's get taken out of the way.
Well, Schilt is getting his money's worth with Adrian Johnson. You remember feeling like that?
Yeah, you're just irate. And there's no way around it. They have all the power in the world. You can't touch them. You can't push them. You can't do anything other than scream and yell.
So here's the pitch that he was upset about.
And that changeup, or that set this up, which was even lower. You see that side spin. But that pitch tonight, Michael, if you think about it, that's been the one that you kind of flip a coin on. Some of them are strikes, some of them are balls on both sides.
Tatis said something, and he gets tossed. And then Schilt, lineup card, the pen. Well, let's get rid of the glasses, and he gets tossed as well. Tell you what, the cost of glasses now, I wouldn't be tossing them like that.
You don't think he's picking those up at Walmart? You want to go? That's the old playground thing.
Now, you get fined for throwing equipment, but none of that was really equipment.
I wouldn't think so.
So 2-0 on a rise. Remember, Machado's on deck. Big at bat here. Now 3-0. So he's saying he missed 3. So that is ball 4. That loads the bases with Machado coming up.
I don't think Aaron Boone's going to go with it. I think he's going to try to get this Weaver to get this huge out. And again, this has kind of been self-inflicted with the walks. The one cheap base hit, but Machado too good of a hitter. And the leash is too short not to go to Weaver.
Previous 3 outings, scoreless innings, pitched very, very well. Now Weaver will come on to face Machado with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 8th. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Untuckit. Find the perfect fit today at untuckit.com or more than 80 stores worldwide. By Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. It's been a clean game up to this point. Now it's nervous time for the Yankees. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and the number 3 hitter in the Padres order, Manny Machado, against Luke Weaver. Yankees up 3-0. And And a strike. 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Well, you always talk about the big outs that can change the game. Well, this is the at-bat right here. Machado, one of their best against the Yankees' new closer.
7 for 21 lifetime against Weaver. 2 home runs. 1-1. So Devin Williams, a spectator right now, just like all of us. It's all on the shoulders of Weaver. Line drive, it is a base hit. It's going to go to the wall. 1 run scores. 2 runs score. Arise will stop at third. It's a 2-run double for Machado, and it's 3-2 Yankees.
Well, Manny Machado knows how to hit in big situations. This ball's supposed to run inside, and it just stays right there. And Machado hammers it. And good thing was he hit it hard enough, and the ball got to the Bellinger quick enough where Arise didn't score the tying run.
And the reaction says it all. Now the lead hangs in the balance. Xander Bogaerts at the plate, 2nd and 3rd. 2 outs. We're in the 8th. And there goes the lead. Now they're going to try to take the lead. The throw home is not in time. It is a 2-run single for Bogaerts, and the Padres have come all the way back to go up by 1. And that's the first run allowed this year by Luke Weaver.
Well, 2 huge at-bats, and it just this is the type of ball that the Padres have been playing. This is supposed to be a cutter with little movement at the end. It just sits right there. And Bogaerts just lines it into left field, and at this point you're going to take a chance. Very tough for Bellinger. Wet baseball, everything kind of tails up the line. And San Diego takes the lead.
So here's Camposano. So Rodon, who pitched so superbly, loses the win. And the Yankees now are losing the game. In the top of the 8th. One-on-one on Camposano, who's 0 for 3 tonight. This is the first blemish on Weaver. Now, obviously, the 3 runners that Williams left on, those are his. But the 4th run belongs to Weaver. So he's given up a double and a single and the lead. All 3 inherited runners score and 1 of his own. Two and 2. Coming up, bottom of the 8th inning, Judge, Rice, and Goldschmidt. Count is full. Machado with the big 2-run double, picking up RBIs 15 and 16 on the year. Runner was going, pitch up and away, and a walk to Camposano.
All of a sudden you break down this inning, Michael, and it looked like this game was in hand. The Yankees were really owning it, and then Tatis has the big at bat where, you know, he gets thrown out, and then Schultz comes out to me, and it kind of lit a fire under this team. And you know, you look at their record; they're used to winning baseball games. If they put together some big at bats here, And took the lead.
Well, with one out, the unfortunate walk to the 8th batter, Callaway, then a broken bat single by Lockridge. Then Tatis strikes out, but then a walk to Arise. So you walk 2 and a broken bat single, and you got yourself into a bases loaded situation, and they take Williams out of the game. Pitch outside to Gonzalez. And a strike, 1-1. So Gonzalez, the 9th batter to come to the plate for the Padres. Down 3-0 at the beginning of the inning. Now they're up 4-3. Bogart's at second. Campusano is at first with 2 outs. Two and one. Tim Hill starting to heat up. Grounded foul just outside of third. And the count 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Well, they're playing through the raindrops right now, and for most of the evening. Bogart's leaning as Bebas was there, and Weaver decided not to throw. Spoils that one and fouls it away. Yankees are trying to get a 4-out save out of Weaver. He has still not recorded that 1 out. Right back to Weaver. Throws to first. They get him. And that'll do it. But not before the Padres score 4 runs. They lead 2. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Padres 4, Yankees 3. Hyundai scoreboard. Padres with 4 in the top of the inning. They lead the Yankees 4-3. I'll tell you this. Whichever team loses, the conditions are going to be much more miserable for them than the team that wins. Yankees still have 6 outs to go. They're going to start with Judge, Rice, and Goldschmidt here in the bottom of the 8th inning and try to make up the 1-run deficit.
Well, you picked a tough bullpen to make it up on. You see some defensive changes for the Padres. Jason Hayward now in left field. Oscar Gonzalez comes in and goes over to right.
Because Tatis was thrown out. And now Jeremiah Estrada, 24 strikeouts in 16 2/3 innings. He's a strikeout artist.
We saw him last year, Michael, if you remember, in that series in San Diego. I think he used like 9 pitches to get out of an inning. He was impressive.
Judge fouls off the first pitch. Estrada is 26, 4th big league season. Fastball's in the high 90s with a great splitter. 37% strikeout rate since last season. He was a waiver claim from the Cubs. And reportedly there were people in the Cubs organization that questioned his work ethic. Fly ball. Lockridge. Wow. Oh, that was up there. 1 away. Upcoming schedule brought to you by your local Tri-State Buick dealers. 2 more games against San Diego. 7:05 on Yes tomorrow, then on Prime at 7:05 on Wednesday. Thursday, they travel Sacramento, 3 games against the A's and 3 games in Seattle against the Mariners. An off day, and then the Subway Series here at the stadium. It begins Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. With Ben Rice. And a strike. Padres closer is Robert Suarez, and he is good. He'll pitch the 9th.
Suarez, I mean, you see power arms, 97 plus.
Swing and a miss on the splitter. Rice down on strikes.
Well, after 97, same arm angle, same release, but just take a lot off of it. Wow, that is a weird grip there in between the pinky and the third finger. I've never seen that.
Neither have I. Here's Paul Goldschmidt. Drops a slider in there for a strike. Goldschmidt, 1 for 3, stole a base, scored a run. Fouls the fastball back, 0-2. One-two on Goldschmidt, Yankees cleanup hitter. Goldschmidt's single in the 6th inning knocked Pivetta out of the game. That was the first hit or base runner out of the cleanup spot that Pivetta has allowed all year. Foul back. I got a big piece of Maldonado. Held up by Adrian Johnson.
Looked like I got him right in the mask. Doink. Ah.
Tim Hill will pitch the 9th for the Yankees. Hammered into left center field. It is a base hit for Goldschmidt. That's Summit bat. Lockridge slips, regains his footing, and fires in. So a 2-out single for Goldschmidt. Another multi-hit game for him is 16.
You got to be a pretty good hitter to handle this pitch. This ball is actually out of the strike zone, up. He stays on top and just hammers it. You see some slipping and sliding, both out in the batter's box and out in center field. But boy, that's, your mechanics have to be really good to stay on top of that ball that high in the strike zone.
You know, there were whispers last year when he had the subpar 4 months while he couldn't hit the fastball anymore. He just proved he could hit a fastball right there, and he started to prove in the last 2 months of the season, and he's just been money for the Yankees since the beginning of the season. He's hitting .353 right now. So Ruben Diego goes out and talks to Estrada as they go over how they want to pitch to Bellinger. Bellinger 1 for 3. .98 miles an hour for a strike. Now Goldschmidt can go. He steals a base. That puts the tying run in scoring position, but it could also end the inning if he gets caught.
Yeah, you're hoping one in the seats here, something in the gap. I don't know that you would take, especially on a muddy track, and take a chance at stealing the base at this point.
Yesterday. Gave it a ride. You could admire it a bit. Had like 201 right here. Laid off the splitter 1-2. We're at the bottom of the 8th inning. 4-3 Padres. First game of this 3-game set. Shortstop Anthony Volpe on deck. High drive, center field. Lockridge back. And it's going to hold up as he makes the play. Maybe on a hotter night without rain, they had a chance, but it's out number 3. We go to the 9th. Well, it's a new season of names and a new season of numbers. Join host Gracie Cashman and iconic New York athletes for a deep dive into the digits that define their careers. Watch the season 2 premiere of The Story of My Number, presented by the New York Lottery, Wednesday, May 14th, following Yankees coverage on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. Anthony Volpe featured on that first episode. There's Tim Hill, 8th big league season.
What's your number, Michael? Did you have a favorite number growing up? It was Bobby Mercer's, right?
That was number 1. Now, he was 1, and then he got traded to the Giants, and then Billy Martin came. And he got 1, and then when Bobby came back, he got 2. Ground ball is short, so they'll get Maldonado. Well, fans, stay tuned after the final out for tonight's WB Mason Yankees postgame. As Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry will have highlights and analysis. Justin Shackle gets player interviews in the clubhouse. And we'll hear from Aaron Boone on the manager's report. That's all coming up next on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
Justin, good luck with your interviews tonight. You know, after about 8 hours at the ballpark, sitting in the rain, if things don't change, it's just, I don't think they're going to be happy interviews for you.
Yeah, like you said, the losing team is not going to be too happy with how the conditions panned out today.
Now, between innings, a little bit of a unsettling sight. Danny Cunningham came out, the grounds crew head, and was talking with Adrian Johnson, showing him radar again. And now the rain has somewhat intensified as we start the 9th inning. You can see just from your screen how hard it's raining here in the 9th inning. Tyler Wade started that rally in the 8th inning with a walk. Now the count 1-2. Chopped to third. Peraza in the dirt. Scooped up by Goldschmidt to get the speedy Wade.
Wow, Wade gets down the line quick, but Peraza got a horrible hop. It hit like the crease of the grass and went back on him. And then everything has to rush. You see, the reason he got him is he slipped in the grass. He threw a two-hopper over there. He got him.
Boy, Goldschmidt has been expert at scooping balls this year. 0-1 on Lockridge.
Wow, what a shot.
Great shot. Super shot.
I can make the call when I got it like that. Huh?
0-2 on Lockridge. Well, if you look ahead to the bottom of the ninth inning, Volpe, Wells, and Peraza. You have Dominguez on the bench, Escara on the bench, and Reyes and Cabrera. One and two. And Suarez, their closer, is getting ready. Shallow left, Bellinger comes on, and Bellinger makes the play. So Hill works a 1-2-3 ninth. Yankees will try to come back in the bottom of the ninth. Last licks coming up. Well, fans, the Gotham Sports app is your new home for streaming live Yankees games and so much more, and it's free with an eligible TV provider subscription. Download the Gotham Sports app now or visit GothamSports.com to get streaming. Hope you're right. Well, the rain's coming down pretty hard right now, so not only do the Yankees have to rally, but they're going to do it in sloppy conditions against one of the top relievers in baseball, Robert Suarez.
Yeah, if you think the rain's coming down hard, get a load of this guy's fastball, Michael.
$13 for 13 saves.
It's amazing. This early in the year, you would have 13 save opportunities. But it just goes to show you that they've won with pitching. They do catch the baseball, and they have timely hitting, which pretty much paints the whole picture of the way this game was played tonight.
He's allowed 1 run, no homers in 15 innings this season. Fastball heavy, throws at 99 miles an hour, throwing some changeups this year. He's 34 years old, 4th big league season. Volpe will lead off. 1-0. There's a strike, 1-1. Yankees down 4-3. They led 3-0 going into the 8th inning. Then the combination of Devin Williams and Luke Weaver gave up 4. 98 on the black, 1-2.
Well, Volpe didn't like the call. It looked like got the outside corner, but when it's coming in at 98 or 99, you need it down the middle, Michael. You're not going to square up something on the corner.
He's in the 3rd year of a 5-year, $46 million deal, which the way he's pitching is a bargain, and he can opt out of the final 2 years after this season. Swing and a miss, 99. Volpe down on strikes.
There's a 4-seam grip, just end over end, but just too hard to catch up to it. It almost rides. You see that there's no movement to it, but it doesn't do anything but miss the bat because of the velocity.
There's Austin Wells. He's 1 for 3. 6 home runs on the year. 0-1.
If you can pitch backwards, under Suarez, and be able to control that changeup early in the count, good luck.
One and one. Fly ball deep left. Going back, Hayward still back, and he makes the play on one knee on the warning track. Boy, did that ball travel.
I didn't think off the bat it had a chance, and all of a sudden Hayward was hightailing it out. You talk about just, the wind kind of affecting it and possibly the rain too, but Hayward gets down to one knee to make the play.
Well, Jason Dominguez is the Yankees' last hope. They sent him up the pinch hit for Oswald Peraza, and quickly a meeting on the mound to go over how they want to pitch to him. Yankees down to their final out. Each team with 6 hits, but the Padres lead 4-3, first game of this 3-game set. Starting with the change, 0-1. Big hit by Manny Machado. Drove in 2, then Bogarts drove in the other 2. 100 miles an hour in the rain, and the count 0-2, and they're down to their final strike. Dominguez, switch hitter, batting from the left side against the righty Suarez. Fouls that one back. Another 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Bebas is on deck. And the pitch. Good take on the change, 1-2. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it. The Yankees lose 4-3. They've lost 5 of their last 7, and a miserable outcome on a miserable night.
And that's the one thing. Rodon was so good, and you look at that changeup that ended this game. But if you drew a blueprint of how San Diego has won, it's been great pitching, a couple timely big hits, and then shut the door with the bullpen, and that's exactly how they won the game. A tough one for the Yankees tonight.
They're up 3-0 going into the 8th inning. Their high leverage relievers come in and could not get the job done. Well, we'll come back. We'll give out some awards on the post game after that. It's time for the Range Rover Sport Dynamic Performer.
Well, Manny Machado, we've seen him a lot. He can play defense, but one thing he has always been able to do, and that's to hit the Yankees. He's an offensive machine, a huge double right there in the 8th. And next thing you know, San Diego goes back in the game.
And then the Cadillac drive of the game.
Right after Manny Machado, another guy you've seen, Xander Bogaerts, with another big hit. Put the Padres ahead for good. Tough loss for the Yankees.
Yankees now have 5 losses, one leading in the 8th inning or later this season. That's the most in the majors. 4-6-1 for the Padres, 3-6-0 for the Yankees. 2 hours and 53 minutes. Berger the win. Suarez 14 for 14 in saves. Luke Weaver took the loss. Coming up on the S Network, stay tuned for the WB Mason postgame show with Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry. Special thanks to producer Troy Benjamin, director Dan Barr, Mike Webb, and the executive producer of the Yes Network is Jared Ames Bosnack. Join us again tomorrow as the Yankees continue their series against the Padres here in the Bronx. Coverage will begin at 6 on Yes, with first pitch coming shortly after 7. Again, the final score of the San Diego Padres 4, the New York Yankees 3. For Paul O'Neill and Justin Shackle, I'm Michael Kay saying see ya from a rainy Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Now, let's go to Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry, standing by in our Yes Network studios with the WB Mason postgame show. Guys?
Everybody, great to have you with us here on the WB Mason Post Game. Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry with you. Game 1 of 3 between the Yanks and Padres in the books, and San Diego stealing this one away in that 8th inning, Jack. 4-3. They score all 4 runs in that inning. Devin Williams, another meltdown, and things go against the Yanks in this one, 4-3.
Yeah, that's a deflating loss. That's a disappointing loss. And manager Aaron Boone is fond of saying you've got to win the games you're supposed to win. And again, when you've got a 3-run lead after 7 innings, that's a game that you're supposed to win. It slipped away from the Yankees. You mentioned Devin Williams' meltdown, but you can actually look back to the inning before that. The Yankees got a gift in the fact that Cruz only had to throw a couple of pitches. They could have brought him back for the 8th inning. He threw a couple innings on Saturday. He showed that he can sit down and then come right back up. They elect to go to Williams, who's still trying to work his way back. Couple of walks and a broken bat hit. Bring Weaver into the situation. Weaver gives up a couple of 2-run hits, and just like that, that 3-run lead evaporates. And the worst part, in addition to the fact that it was a loss, Bob, is they waste a brilliant outing by Carlos Rodon. You don't want to waste those kind of outings by your starter. 6 2/3 scoreless for Rodon.
Well, let's show you what happened late in this game. The highlights brought to you by your local Ford stores. In 7th inning, Carlos Rodon still in there, facing Oscar Gonzalez with a runner on first. And he's going to line the first pitch sinker to right. Campusano goes first to third. So the Padres set up with runners at the corners, 2 outs, and that would be it for Rodon. 6 2/3 innings. That was the first runner he allowed past second right there. And then Boone goes to Fernando Cruz.
Yeah, it's going to be Cruz against pinch hitter Gavin Sheets. They bring in the lefty, and after Cruz spikes the splitter, it doesn't get too far from Wells. Where's Campusano going? The Yankees are happy he tried, so they get the out to get out of the inning. Cruz only threw 2 pitches, Bob.
So 8th inning goes to Devin Williams now. He strikes out Maldonado on a changeup right there. Things good, but next batter, this was the one. Tyler Wade walks.
Yeah, you can't walk Tyler Wade in that situation. You have to make him swing the bat. He's the number 8 hitter in the order. Lockridge, then you get ahead of him 0-2. He comes in with the fastball, and Lockridge muscles it into center field. As I said, broken bat single. Now you got a couple of runners on base.
And now you're flipping the lineup to Fernando Tatis Jr. at the top. 1-1 pitch, low for a called strike 2. He was unhappy with that call. This at bat would actually work out in Williams' favor.
Yeah, I thought he threw his best changeups of the season to Tatis. He got some help from the home plate umpire Johnson on one of them. Tatis says something after the K. He wasn't happy about that strike 2 call. Mike Schilt isn't happy. The pen goes, the notes go, the glasses go, the expletives come, and he was tossed out of the game. In addition to Tatis, he made sure that he got his money's worth in that argument.
All right, so now you've got a big strikeout. You had some good changeups, as you said, but he walks the next batter, Arise, on 4 straight pitches.
Yeah, 4 straight fastballs. Could not find the zone, couldn't find the command of his fastball. He threw 21 pitches, Bob. Only 11 were strikes. So now Weaver, who's been almost flawless this year, comes on.
And that's our turning point of the game, brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. 2 outs, bases loaded, and Machado up at the plate.
Yeah, we see a 1-1 count, and Weaver is trying to do his best to extricate himself out of this jam. He comes in with that 4-seam fastball, and Machado was all over it. Drills it to the left field fence. Because he hit it so hard, the Yankees are fortunate that Arise didn't score, so they're still ahead 3-2 on the 2-run double.
But then Xander Bogaerts comes up, first pitch that he sees, and that puts the Padres ahead.
Yeah, it was a fast turnaround for Weaver after only 4 pitches, 4 runs for the Padres. Campusano, a lighter hitter, was on deck. The Yankees chose to attack Bogaerts in that situation. You see the reaction from Devin Williams. That was a reaction that covers the entire Yankee universe because, again, this was a game they thought they had. Bob, that's now twice in the last 3 days they've lost a game where they led after 7 innings.
And, again, you look at Fernando Cruz, just 2 pitches. We'll hear from Aaron Boone coming up about his decision with the bullpen there. But you pointed out that Williams just having a hard time with command once again.
Yeah, you look at the situation that the Yankees are in with Williams. He was supposed to be their closer, come in and be that elite pitcher he was from 2020 to 2024. How about this, though, Bob, so far this year? He's already allowed 13 earned runs. You see what he allowed combined in 23 and 24. So it's been stunning for the Yankees to witness. It's been stunning for Devin Williams. But as you're trying to work him back, you're also trying to win baseball games. And I think Camposano and the Padres did the Yankees a favor in the end of that 7th inning. Because Cruz only had to throw 2 pitches, he can be your option coming back in the 8th inning. And if you're ranking the most successful relievers the Yankees have had so far this year, it'd be Weaver first, Cruz second. That would have seemed outlandish to say that back in spring training when you looked at the body of work that Devin Williams had put together. But for the first part of the season, that's who Cruz has been. They elect to go to Williams, and because he couldn't find the zone with some of his pitches, Bob, the inning gets away from him, and then Weaver shows he's mortal for the first time all year.
All right, we'll hear from Aaron Boone again coming up in just a bit. But as Jack said, this wasted another terrific outing from Carlos Rodon. He is our optimum player of the game, making his 8th start of the season. His last 3 had been brilliant. He just allowed a couple earned runs. And, Jack, early on, you could tell that slider was working.
Yeah, it was a terrific pitch for him. We see Tatis goes down looking on it. That was a backdoor slider. Here's your back foot slider to get Machado. So 2 Ks in the first inning.
So we're talking about names like Tatis, Machado, now Camposano on a low heater. Later, bottom of the order in the 3rd inning, he's going to get Wade on a low slider. And then back to the top, and he's going to get Tatis again on a high fastball. So now you're seeing all the pitches starting to get worked in.
He's working everything in. Top of the 4th, this is just sloppy defense by the Yankees because no one took charge, including Rodon. I know pitchers are taught to scatter and let your defense make the play, but he says to Wells, I'm just going to go get it next time, which probably would have behooved him to do that there. But it was no harm, no foul because he retires Camposano on a changeup on the next at-bat to end the inning.
And then after the rain delay, top of the 6th, he's back out there facing a rise, 2 outs, gets him to lift one to Grisham in shallow center. So he's through 6 at that point, and then he'd work his way and get 2 outs in the 7th before he was out of the game.
Yeah, Gonzalez punches this single to center field. Camposano goes first to 3rd, so with runners on the corners, that will be it for Rodon. But that was the first time all night that the Padres had a runner in scoring position against Rodon. He mixed all of his pitches. The slider and the changeup were excellent, and he has been phenomenal across his last 4.
6 2/3 tonight, shutout baseball. So over his last 4, he's 3-0 with a 0.70 ERA, and should have been credited with the win tonight. The way that they were set up to win that game, just the way that he pitched. And again, it bears repeating, they can't waste these kind of performances.
You and I on the pregame talked about this exciting pitching matchup, Rodon against Pivetta. Statistically, the 2 toughest pitchers to hit in Major League Baseball based on batting average. And Rodon, on a messy, miserable night, he went out there, Bob, and he was in total control. Once again, mixing in all of his pitches, keeping the Padres off balance. He struck out Tatis 3 times, once on a slider, once on a fastball, once on a changeup. That's evidence of a pitcher who has a ton of confidence in everything that he is throwing. He fell 1 out shy of making it through 7 innings, so he was durable as well. But the bullpen cost him a win and cost the Yankees a win as well.
We got to take our first break here on the WB Mason postgame. More coming up. Padres rally to win it 4-3. We'll hear from Aaron Boone right after this. Stick around.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is presented by WB Mason. Get fast free delivery of food service products you need at prices you'll love. Request your free catalog today at WBMason.com. The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Audi, the official luxury vehicle of the New York Yankees. Visit your tri-state Audi dealer today.
Premiering tomorrow on Yes, catch an all-new episode of Home Plate New York as Yankees general manager Brian Cashman and his daughter Gracie enjoy a meal with Marcus Samuelsson and Chaz Palminteri at his restaurant in Midtown Manhattan. Don't miss a new episode tomorrow after Yankees coverage on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. As for our ball game tonight, Padres win game 1 of this series with 4 runs in the 8th inning off Devin Williams and Luke Weaver. They win it 4-3. Carlos Rodon in line for a win. 6 2/3 innings of shutout baseball, but the Yanks fall in this one. Let's hear from Aaron Boone about it in the manager's report brought to you by Toyota.
And there's kind of a mixed bag with Devin Williams there in the 8th. How did you think he threw the ball?
Yeah, okay. I mean, obviously, you know, the walk there to Wade after getting the leadoff hitter hurt. thought it looked like he made a decent pitch getting in on Lockridge that he was able to kind of fight off, and then gets a big strikeout and then loses their eyes. So obviously the walks hurt. So it set them up there.
What did you see on the pitches that Weaver made to Machado and Bogaerts?
I mean, two pretty big-time swings. It looked like Bogaerts got to a pretty good pitch, like knowing that ride and carries there and was able to get to it and stay level with it. So I just thought they put two good swings on. I thought Luke had a pretty good fastball tonight, and they were able to sync it up.
Obviously, both teams have to do it, but what are the toughest parts about playing in these types of conditions?
Yeah, I mean, just everything. Late, it was pretty good most of the game, and then late, obviously right before the rain delay, and then late, the field's getting a little muddy, so just having that good footing and stuff. The play Peraza makes there in the top of the ninth, getting across pretty difficult play that he made there, and Goldie finishing off. So just makes it a little more challenging.
Max and Greg. Greg, go ahead.
Did you consider keeping Cruz in there after he threw two pitches to finish seventh?
Yeah.
Why not go with him in for the eighth?
Just set up for Devin there. Cruz had thrown 2 innings 2 days ago, so wanting to not overdo it there and keep everyone in play here moving forward too.
Max.
Weaver's been so good so far this season. What do you think of those couple at bats?
Yeah, I mean, tough situation there, and obviously, two good hitters. And again, I thought he threw the ball well. I thought there was carry and life to his fastball, and they just put two really good swings on it.
Gary.
Devin had a nice little stretch of success prior to tonight. Just anything look particularly off or different tonight?
No, I thought his changeup was really good. Fastball was good when he was in the strike zone with it there. Just the 2 walks though, ends up hurting us. So, that's that next level for him, of being just consistently with his strike zone.
Brian to the left.
Devin had such a great track record coming in here. How do you explain the struggles he's had so far?
I think the biggest thing is just, again, command and being ahead and not putting guys on. Stuff's there. Stuff's fine. And I do believe he'll get on a roll and be lights out and dominant. But, it's just, the command part of it, where the, walks are getting behind in certain situations, have hurt him a little bit.
Anyone else? Eric.
He's had a tough go of it, particularly here. Do you worry about his mental state at all pitching at Yankee Stadium?
I think once he gets righted and really starts to string them together, as great as he's been will show up, and then you start building real confidence because you're dialed and you have the ability to dominate. So, we just got to continue to stack those, and it doesn't necessarily happen overnight when you go through it a little bit, and we all go through it a little bit. We all go through tough times and stretches in this game, and he'll get through it.
Aaron.
Just Rodon tonight.
Yeah.
What did you think of him?
I mean, terrific. I thought his command was really good tonight. Mixed changeup with the really good slider. Stayed out of, didn't make any mistakes. It didn't seem like, just because, this might have been one of those games where it felt like his command was probably the best. Whereas last time I thought his stuff was overwhelming. This time I thought the command was excellent.
Okay, thank you.
So back to that 8th inning, Williams clearly still has some things to figure out, and one of the big ones is throwing strikes. Boone mentioned command and not walking hitters. He walked 2.
Yeah, you heard Aaron Boone saying his rationale for not going back to Cruz for the 8th inning was that inning was set up for Devin Williams. He had to face the 7, 8, and 9 batters, Bob. And I think if you look at those matchups, the Yankees liked something about Williams against them, but it was the walks. You heard Boone talk about that over and over. Those 2 walks in that inning. Now, Tyler Wade is a pesky hitter with a lot of speed. He's not somebody who's walked a lot in his career. Arise has won 3 batting titles. He's also not someone who has walked a lot in his career. They're typically up there to swing, but Wade worked a feisty at-bat, and then with Arise, it was simply a matter of Williams not being able to find the strike zone. 4 straight balls. As far as not going back to Cruz, if we look at Cruz's last week, Monday and Tuesday, he was off. Wednesday, he threw 17 pitches. Thursday and Friday off. Saturday, 27 pitches, a heavy workload. And he brings him back on Monday. It's only 2 pitches. So he did admit he thought about it. There had to be a temptation to bring Cruz back in. That nasty splitter, that swing and miss ability that he has. They go to Williams. They're trying to get Williams right. And tonight it did not work.
We got to take a break. We got more coming up. We'll hear from Carlos Rodon coming up. Take a closer look at his outing. He did everything he could to put him in a position to win the ball game. Rodon is coming up next.
Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Learn more at genesis.com.
Well, despite the 4-3 loss, a terrific night for Carlos Rodon. His outs that he got, all 20 of them, brought to you courtesy of StatCast 3D, powered by Google Cloud. And, Jack, he was all over the plate tonight.
Yeah, slider, he did not give up a hit with it. The changeup and the fastball, he gave up 1 hit each with that. One of those was a bloop that fell in front of him. But that great mix of pitches and the ability to be so diverse is what has made him stand out.
He had 5 strikeouts on the night. And again, 6 2/3 innings of scoreless baseball. His pitches this season, the 4-seamer, batters are hitting just 200 against it. But the changeup and then that slider really stood out tonight. Batters batting just 109 against the slider. Let's hear from Rodon post-game in our Genesis Sounds of the Game.
Carlos, what did it take to hold down that lineup as well as you did tonight?
Yeah, you know, strong, definitely strong lineup. Some great hitters in that lineup, but you know, Wells was great tonight. Just rolling with them and featured a lot of changeup and just try to get ahead and let the defense make the plays. So they did well.
What were you doing in the rain delay off the field?
Just kind of like an abbreviated warm-up, kind of an idea of how much time there was going to be, and a little bit of throwing, just staying ready. So it's simple.
What's allowed you to cut back on the walks your last few starts?
Just getting in the zone, attacking with the fastball, in better places with the fastball, and just kind of pitching to contact. Let the defense do the work. Our defense is so good. I mean, let them catch the balls and get the outs.
Devin, after he came out of the game and gave a pat on the back, what do you say anything to him after a night like this, or how do you kind of support him?
Yeah, I mean, I've been through it. You know, I know what that feels like. It's not easy, but you know, we acquired him for a reason. He's such a great pitcher. You know, he just needs to build that confidence, and he needs to know what kind of pitcher he is. He's so good. He's tremendous. I mean, we got him for a reason. He has an unbelievable changeup, and you know, just go out there and pitch with some swagger.
Carlos, you've been through it here, and the fans get on you, and the performance isn't great. Well, what's that like to go through? Obviously, Devin has experienced that his first, 4.5, 5 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the business. It's part of being in New York, and it's how it goes. If you don't pitch well, you're going to get booed, but if you pitch well, they're going to praise you. They're going to love you. So.
Well, that's where fans are at with Rodon right now. He certainly turned a corner. Aaron Boone addressed that on the pregame in his comments, just saying how proud he was of the way things developed from year 1 to where he is now. And you looked at the opponent average against, the 151. You looked at the way he dealt with some of the pitches tonight. Like, he is in a really good groove right now.
Getting a lot more grounders than he has in his career, looking like a pitcher who is dominating and in command. And after a tough loss like this, Bob, if you're Aaron Boone, afternoon. If you're Matt Blake, you're going to ruminate about this game. There's going to be a lot going through your head. But you will save some time later tonight to remind yourself of the positive of what Rodon did. Rodon pitching as effectively and brilliantly as he did into the 7th inning. That is significant news for the Yankees going forward. They need that kind of effort from their starters. We've all talked about how great Fried has been, but Rodon across his last 4, the ERA is under 1. He's striking guys out. He's using all of his pitches. So tonight got away because of the bullpen, but Rodon did his job, and if he can continue to be this consistent, reliable starter, it will bode well for the Yankees.
And we also know the big-name stars we mentioned for the Padres, especially the top 4, Tatis, Arraez, Bogaerts, and Machado. They went 1 for 10 against Rodon tonight. We'll take a break. We got more coming up here on the WB Mason postgame when we continue. Padres winning the opener 4-3. Stick around.
Starting May 14th, join Gracie Cashman for a deep dive into the digits that tell the stories of iconic New York athletes, past and present. Watch the Season 2 premiere of The Story of My Number, featuring Anthony Volpe. Wednesday, May 14th on Yes and the Gotham Sports app, presented by the New York Lottery.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good boy.
Big news! All-you-can-eat wings and fries is back at Buffalo Wild Wings with boneless and traditional wings. And I'm gonna eat loads of them. Truckloads of traditionals, boatloads of boneless, truckloads of both, because it's all you can eat and I don't have to stop.
You're sick. On vacation. Good thing Amazon Pharmacy will deliver meds right to the hotel. Because your wife's not going out there alone with them.
Good news. Peacock is now included in your Spectrum TV package at no extra cost. Activate Peacock right now. Simply visit spectrum.net/getpeacock. Log in with your Spectrum credentials, click Start Streaming, and follow the steps. With Spectrum and Peacock, you can watch the biggest movies, hit series, originals, live sports, and more. Peacock, included with your Spectrum TV package. Activate now and start streaming today.
Introducing the new Matthews Rewards Plus rewards program. The Plus means upgraded members get a refund if they don't use their extended service contract. Matthews Rewards Plus, only at Matthews Auto.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Because of you. We are happy and we know it. Thank you. Go to lunchrunners.org right away.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that opens up a world of possibilities. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
A world-class franchise with world-class fans deserves a world-class ride. Audi, the official luxury vehicle of the New York Yankees. Visit your local tri-state Audi dealer to experience the fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron today.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Kia dealers. Visit Kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
It's a new season of names and a new season of numbers. Join host Gracie Cashman and iconic New York athletes for a deep dive into the digits that define their careers. Watch the Season 2 premiere of The Story of My Number, presented by the New York Lottery. Wednesday, May 14th, following Yankees coverage on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. Well, Padres win it 4-3, but let's go back to the bottom of the third inning. Yorbit Vivas tries a leadoff walk, and then Trent Grisham makes Nick Pivetta pay.
Yeah, the sweeper has been a very good pitch for Pivetta this season. Not right there. It's in a spot where Grisham goes and gets it. He hacks at it. He sends it into the right field seats. 2-run homer is his 9th of the season, matching last year's total. The thumbs are up on the bat. The bat is slashing through. The helmet is almost falling off.
and then you celebrate. At that point, the Yanks had a 2-0 lead, and for Grisham, his 9th homer of the year. Yankees memorable moments presented by Prevagen, made for your brain. Jack, that's 9 homers this year and 95 plate appearances. He had 9 last year and 209 plate appearances.
He came into this season as a man on a mission. Remember, in spring training, he actually was behind his teammates a little bit because the Yankees said he was dealing with a little hamstring issue. And then when he did start playing and did start swinging, Bob, he hasn't stopped. Spoke to him in spring training about what he hoped to accomplish this season, and he gave your basic answers about just trying to be better than he was the year before. But one thing that he said at the beginning of the season stood out to me about making sure that the mental side of the game was true and where it needed to be. I think that's because he didn't get as much playing time as he thought he would last year. He's getting a lot more this year. He's forcing Aaron Boone to play him, and with results like that, that will continue to happen.
Another big impact tonight. We're going to take a break. We got more coming up. We'll throw the spotlight back on the bullpen and hear from Luke Weaver when we come back here on the postgame.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. There's never been a better time to test drive that Hyundai you've always wanted. Visit HyundaiUSA.com today.
Good to have you back on the postgame. Once again, Padres winning the opener 4-3. That 8th inning was fateful, top of the 8th for the Yanks, as Devin Williams had his problems. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Luke Weaver comes in, gives up a couple hard hit balls. He ends up taking the loss in this one. Let's hear from Luke Weaver postgame.
Luke, what did you feel on those pitches thrown to Machado and Bogaerts in terms of execution?
Yeah, I had a chance to jump back and look at it, and just not executed well enough. The circumstance really needed some true quality pitches, and felt like it just didn't really get it to where it needed to go. Yeah, I think it's a lack of execution.
How tough were the conditions tonight?
Yeah, I mean, not ideal, but everybody's playing through them. You know, obviously it comes and goes. There's obviously some conditions there, but there's no excuse. You know, you try to go out with the same mindset, like nothing's happening. Tonight was not one of those nights. It just felt a little clouded, just didn't quite have that focus that I needed to really drive it in there. And I mean, this game offers a lot of different circumstances and results, and this same type of night that I'm describing could be successful on a different night, but it just wasn't tonight. And we played a great game. We really did. Carlos was unbelievable, and you know, it stings a lot for him and the rest of the guys putting the runs together and to do that. So I know this is part of the game, but it's a real stinger for sure, and one that I'm not going to take lightly, but I know I need to move on and make sure I'm prepared for the next day.
Look, you said it was a matter of execution. The pitch to Machado, where did you want to throw it?
Yeah, we're trying to go in. I got it in, but he's a great hitter. I've had a lot of matchups with him, and he does a good job of just staying through some pitches. And I felt like ultimately, if I was going to hindsight it, I would like it to be more up. Try to get up in there a little bit better, maybe try to get some ball in the air. He was just able to get that swing kind of on a flatter plane. And similar to Bogaerts, it's just the pitch has got to be more away. But if it's not more away, it's got to be more down. So we can nitpick it. Obviously, the result could have been different, but it wasn't. So that's what I got to wear, and I got to be better next time.
Weaver giving up his first run of the season, and Jackie brings up a good point. Quality hitters on that other side. If he doesn't have his best stuff, tough to get him out. According to him, he didn't have his best stuff tonight.
Yeah, you mentioned he had not allowed a run all year, 15 innings, so it took until May 5th for him to finally allow a run. And I think that's an honest appraisal of his performance tonight from Luke Weaver. If you do look at the location on the 2 hits that he just talked about, he did get it inside to Machado, but it was middle in, and Machado was able to clear his hands out and drive that pitch for a 2-run double. And then with Bogaerts, he's now trying to just maintain that lead and have the Yankees go to the dugout up 3-2, and that was just a middle cutter, and Bogaerts was able to lift it for a 2-run single. Again, Camposano, a lighter hitter, was on deck. Yankees went straight ahead against Bogaerts, and he made them pay for it.
We will take another break. We got more coming up here on the W.B. Mason postgame. Got a good pitching matchup coming up in Game 2 on Tuesday night. Former teammates Clark Schmidt and Michael King. We'll talk about that next. These are the two final pitching matchups coming up in this series against the Padres. Tuesday night on Yes, Wednesday night on Prime. Post-game coverage on Yes immediately after. Tuesday's going to be a good one, Jack. Michael King against Clark Schmidt, former teammates. Clark's going to be making just his 4th start, King his 9th, and we know what King has grown into as a starter. And again, these two guys, I know they don't go head-to-head, but they sort of look at it that way in a way.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some mano-a-mano competition between those two pitchers because they're former teammates. They know each other well. They're friends. And you look at what King has been able to accomplish with the Padres since he was included in the deal that sent Soto from San Diego to New York, and he has built a nice career for himself in San Diego. He's got free agency at the end of the year, but right now he's focused on performing for a team that's 23-11, that is playing really well, and whose strength is its pitching, and King is a part of that. For Schmidt, it's about trying to go deeper into games. He pitched well in his last outing against Toronto, 5 innings, 90 pitches. He would love to be more efficient and go deeper into games, but Michael King would be a good role model for Clark Schmidt because he's somebody who started out in the bullpen, got to the rotation, has taken his opportunity and run with it.
Now, you mentioned going deeper into games. Certainly King has done that. Schmidt trying to get there. Yankees had to use, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 relievers tonight, so be interesting to see if he can give them that length to spare some of that bullpen.
Yeah, that would be what Aaron Boone and Matt Blake would be hoping for because Schmidt is someone who has shown if he can be more efficient, you go through that order a 3rd time, you get to the 6th inning or so. He always talks about trying to follow the lead of Garrett Cole, and Garrett Cole always talks about that, about the importance of being durable as a starter, and it's one of the hurdles that Schmidt is still trying to overcome.
Our pregame coverage begins at 6 o'clock on Tuesday with the batting practice show, and when that time rolls around, we obviously always have a conversation with Aaron Boone prior to that, finding out like where he's at in terms of the way this team needs to bounce back. Padres have now won 6 straight games. They're getting on a little bit of a roll, while the Yanks have lost 5 of 7. So, again, it's about winning series. And tonight, they put themselves in position to do that. They weren't able to seal a deal.
Yeah, 5 of 7, but it's also 3 in a row. And a couple of those losses are games that I think the Yankees thought they had. We mentioned that they've now lost 2 of those games when they led in the 7th inning or later. So they're now 19-4 when they lead after 7 innings. A few days ago, it was 19-2. You get within 6 outs of a win with this Yankee bullpen, as solid it has been this year, you have to figure out a way to win those games. They didn't win on Saturday. It was Leiter Jr. who ended up being the cause of that. And today it was a Williams-Weaver combination. So the next time the Yankees are in position to win, got to make sure they nail it down.
So we talked about Devin Williams having problems in that 8th inning tonight. The last 3 seasons, you see he's allowed 13 earned runs in 23 and 24. This year alone, he's allowed 13 earned runs. He walked a couple tonight, allowed a hit, credited with 3 runs against. Let's hear from Devin Williams with the media and Justin.
Devin, if you could get one at-bat back there from the 8th inning, which one would it be?
Probably the second one. You know, both walks were obviously not what you're trying to do, but, you know, I was kind of battling myself there with the landing spot. You know, it's tough to control the fastball today.
You had put together some positive results lately. Would you lump tonight's issues in with the previous issues you were having, or you think maybe more weather-related?
No, to be honest with you, I felt pretty good. You know, obviously it started to pick up there while I was on the mound, and I wasn't able to make the adjustment.
Did you think you had turned a corner these last couple outings? Like, did you feel like you had found something?
I feel like I still have.
What adjustment do you think you needed to make there?
It was the landing spot, to be honest with you. I couldn't figure it out with the release point on my fastball, and it was getting away from me.
How badly do you want to
get back out there and go again, though?
I'll be ready to go tomorrow.
Devin, what gives you that confidence that you found something?
I feel good, you know. I feel good. I feel confident on the mound. I felt like I was in a good spot. You know, it's one of those nights where you're not only battling the hitter, I was battling the mound. So, you know, but we're all given the same set of circumstances, and you know, I couldn't pull through tonight.
In those situations, those conditions, are you able to bring that to the umpire's attention and have them potentially call in for some mound maintenance?
I didn't really think about it in the moment. You know, it's just trying to, you know, clean off my cleats and get as much grip as you can. But in the future, I'll definitely do that.
So mechanical issues that he's talking about, certainly related to the mound tonight, as he says, in his landing spot. So as Aaron Boone moves forward, you wonder what his criteria is for putting Williams back into a game.
Right. What's the next circumstance where he decides, hey, in this situation, I can go to Devin Williams? Now, Williams, while also talking about having an issue with the landing spot, Bob, he says he thinks that he found something, and he doesn't think the issues that plagued him tonight are related to the issues that plagued him earlier this season. He talked about the fastball. He threw 12 fastballs. Only 5 of them were strikes. That's a tough recipe for getting hitters out and being able to flash that changeup. If you can't throw the fastball for a strike, your changeup is not going to have as much effectiveness. I think you ask a great question, Bob, and I think that's probably a question for tomorrow's pregame for Aaron Boone, because they need Devin Williams back. They need him to be a guy who can come in late in the innings and get outs, but they also need to win baseball games. So going forward, it'll be interesting to see in what situations does he say, okay, I'm calling the bullpen right now. This is for Williams.
And you said the Arise walk was fastballs.
4 straight fastballs, none of them even close, Bob.
Tatis was all changeups.
Yes,
Tatis. Which is the batter prior, which is a little puzzling.
Yeah, right versus left, so I think he felt more effective with the changeup. I guess going to the righty against Tatis, but there are plenty of righty pitchers who also throw that. They can throw the changeup to a lefty as well. We've seen Will Warren do that a lot. So he obviously must have thought that Arise, a guy who puts the ball in play, he could overpower him a little bit with that fastball. But if you look at the heat map or the chart of those pitches, he missed badly with all 4 of those pitches. And again, those walks ended up just being killers for him and for the Yankees.
Well, Williams is going to have some things to figure out, certainly. He says he'll be ready to go tomorrow. We got Game 2 coming your way with our coverage on Yes and the Gotham Sports app beginning at 6 o'clock with the batting practice shows, 6:30 pregame, first pitch a little after 7 o'clock. Look forward to seeing you then. Take care.